Exact Fame Labs is back, I know it's supposed to. Cap 120 on cap like I'm supposed to. You hear this motherfucker, that's what Coke do. Smack him for his Facebook post too. My team had to have it. Rolling on the scene with supreme mathematics. You see me when you seeing addicts. Black Houdini beat me even when the demon's at it. Check the wordsmith, hotter than the lava that the earth spit. World turned, I sat back observing it. I serve quick, you're on the square all nervous. Caught him at the restaurant, the black man is God, now the press is on quick. Nah, that ain't in my lexicon. I'm where the God's at, strong back, a long gap, ready for combat. This Fame Lab came to bomb traps. Allah, see, God don't sleep, wake the style up. Gotta hit the street, scrape a dollar up. Hustle in the rain with my collar up. Cops come, I play it through. Rock around the corner for a day or two. The black man is God, all praises due. Drop a lesson, D's on the scene. Fuck the cops, I'm manifesting. Don't interrupt the God session. These pigs wanna interview the God in question. King Christ, where he at, what he do, where he stack money too. Tell us we already know, he's the captain of the crew. Always spit mathematical and flip like it's casual. Niggas know his name when he's passing through. See him building in his beaches and peace with magnetic. Bound speak with P7, for acknowledge me. Welcome to the Apple, that's New York with a scholarly. Drop truth for sport, walk in harmony. Along, they all gung-ho. Heard I dropped bombs a couple months ago. Sat back, pulling from my lungs slow. Knowledge this, it ain't a crime, it's all politics. Police quick to lay ya. Cops killing brothers in the street, Mr. Mayor. High priest, the beast slayer. King Crystal, supreme God in the physical. My mind do the coaching. Bill white niggas get caught up in emotion. Wise post my eyes open. Watch the earth spin. Rose to the top when the plot started working. King Christ on the name tag. When you see me in your neck, rep the Fame Labs. Supreme God, I'll forever be. Steady math, know the said degree. Pull cleverly. Allah Christ went from local G to worldwide. Let the globe see my culture's free. Shorty talking to the God, how the French speak. Out on 10th Street, standing on Pimp's feet. Laid up, ain't have the strength to eat. That's when cops try to catch me at the end of the beat. Extra cars trying to charge me with killing foes. D's run up on the God in civilian clothes. King Christ, I let niggas know. Cops stay fucking with the God, still can't solve the riddle though. Stay on your P's, D's, Mac with this cherry red. Got clips with judge and jury leg. Christ back to this daily bread. Black twist with deadly dreads. Shorty talking to the God, yeah, go ahead and speak. On 11th Street, standing on the legend's feet. I see these cats from the said degree. Any black man will do better than legends me. Don't get another chance, champs pedigree. YVD, ain't no friends of mine. Them is swine holes, stairs cold like it's wintertime. Keep it clicking. King Christ when God speak his wisdom. Started weak, sparred and beat the system. Me to you as I lead a listing. Old folks say I need religion. I have smoked a lot of weed visions. I ain't facing to the Eastern Christian. G.O.D. that's living. King knowledge, my degrees and spit 'em. Split the scene, left a bleeding victim. Control the solar. Tell the Hebrews, behold Jehovah. I'm the one who you avoid, soldier. Call me Floyd when I roll the shoulder. Once the jab take a toll, it's over. Bust that ass while they hold my cola. My coat of arms is the 777 throwing bombs. Try to show you strong. Damn shame, but I ain't know I'm long. Before you talk, know the pros and cons. Yeah, I know. But sometimes we just... Fame Labs, Fame Labs, Fame Labs. Yo, King Christ, I had a blessed run. Child's my reflection. Wow, that's how the West won. Backs drop tracks with the best of them. A black solar, supreme being on the map so far. No gas but no holes is barred. Where we go hard, men don't squeal. Come and build with the older God. Supreme man from the King Crusher. Make the sun shine above you. Christ, I take the W. Master face off for Satan. Christ blast the brakes off relations, man snakes off creation. Oh wait, I lost patience, the part of fool. I'm the genuine article, who could play the part of who? They making devil while I build a law. I've been dropping math since I've been a star. Smash with a killer spark. They play the witness card to hit us hard. But I roll with the fearless gods, charge the game. Allah Christ be the God of fame, a martyr's name. Free your mind, rip apart your chains. Christ who is he? Tracks with Bob Digis, black gods and busies.
Yes. Yeah. Let's go. Soothsayer, the truth make the youth greater. Trick knowledge turn Anakin to Darth Vader. Mathematics don't lie, but the people do. Watch your friends and who you tell your secrets to. Understand it when you make moves, they peeping you. Looking for gold that dig knee deep in you. Xbox, Fox News views, they keeping you. Dumbed down, loving SpongeBob and Pikachu. Pornhub thugs, Pinky won't sleep with you. Ask a woman now, that's what real people do. Trolling profiles, liking the reflections won't guarantee connections. You might need protection. Stalkers and pedophiles swing on vines. My fam on Instagram, don't mess with mine. Cats is fine till I see your face in my child's book. Beat down universal, leaving wild shook. Check your hotmail, a cocktail Molotov. Get your bodyguards, everybody hate cars.
And I just got off from work and
Alright. Peace to the guys. You know, I just discovered something by accident. I went live, right? But somehow it was private. I think you could do it live that's like private. That's a certain science. Indy Red, Edwin Del Val, peace. What's the signs, Indy Red? How you been coming along since you got the papers with the wrong foods? With Urena, peace. Sincere born Asiatic, peace to the God. listen, I fasted for 3 days after doing the knowledge to that. Seeing how they even putting pork and bread is wild. Yeah, that's the same way how when I first saw the list, that's what I was thinking too. I mostly rest in the morning time. Sincere born Asiatic. I mostly rest. I go to rest maybe like 7. L16. See, I only eat a limited amount of foods anyway. Like that's something I learned going down south. Like you be down south, and you know, if you don't know what something is, I find it's best not to eat it. Because when you find out what it is,
It's 1 o'clock.
you're probably not gonna like it. You're not gonna like what you hear about it. Like I remember the first time they told my brother what chitlins was. Wait till we get a few more heads. We probably get God Sacred Divine. Because I want to see how brothers see that. Like what does peace mean? We always say peace every time we see each other. We say peace every time we leave, but what does peace mean? What is peace? Jason Rosario TV came right in and said peace. That's the question right now, Jason Rosario TV. God, I see him said peace is deciphered. How you see that? As peace as being that was a typo. Oh yeah, phone. Yeah, you know how typing on this. Josh Sims said peace is the culture. Peace is the way of life. Mm. See, peace is one of those words that, we just started using it. Indy Red said, peace is the absence of confusion or chaos, and that is order. Law and order is the foundation upon which the science of life rests. Please educate Allah's children every day. Every Urena said, I see peace in a greeting as accepting respect and giving the same. Peace is supreme understanding between people for the benefit of the whole. Supreme understanding between people for the benefit of the whole. Yeah, I agree with all these. So let me ask you this. Like from this last definition that you gave, Indy Red, right? Sincere Born Equality said peace means I'm about righteousness and wanting equality. So, Jason Rosario TV said I see peace as the opposite of warfare. Right? So, Indy Red and Jason Rosario TV, right? Here's a question. What is the difference between one person being at peace and peace between two or more people? Really, anybody can answer that, but Jasim said, I see peace as a greeting in the same way they taught us a handshake was a way to say you're unarmed, like a combo of I see you and I'm not a threat to you. But it could also be a command or encouragement for someone to return to a peaceful state. So see, you just manifested right there. That's what I'm saying. The same question to you, right? What is the difference between the peace that exists between the two people in the handshake and the person returning to a peaceful state? bit of lag time again today. Jasim said when more frequencies resonate, they amplify each other. Yeah, that's true. So now, what happens when you're dealing with two or more people, right? Indy Red said a person returning to a peaceful state is not reacting off emotion anymore but intelligence. Sincere Born Asiatic said if I'm at peace, that can mean that I've accepted a situation or the results thereof. Jason Rosario TV said I see the difference as one being in harmony within yourself and the other is like an action. So now, what if you come in tune with another person's frequency, right? Like Jason was saying, and all of y'all saying, right? What if that other person wants war? Cure La Cura, Peace God, are you the Darkim Be Allah that made that track called Godzilla versus King Kong? Yeah, that's back. You took him out like that's like 98. That's like 98. That was take one. Yeah, you going back. But yeah, that's me. And where Urena said the peace can be with one and ideally should be with one first. So if the did I ask the question yet before? If you come in tune with another person, right, and the person wants war, right, or just in general, you in a hostile environment, right? In general, you in a hostile environment. What does that do to the peace? The peace that is between different frequencies, like y'all said, as well as the peace that's in one person.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Footsteps, the Morpheus saga, and in this game we're going to cover, in this video we're going to cover a game between Polchok Morphe and Hungarian master Johann Jakob Lowenthal.
The Cura said it sounded bad, but that beat was fire. Yeah, that was I recorded that in the house. Like that was I did that whole thing in the inside the ASR 10, and I'm pretty sure we didn't even have a microphone. I think we might have recorded that on headphones or something. That was back when we was doing a lot of improvising. Jason Rosario TV says sometimes war is necessary in order to bring peace. Indy Red says self-defense if necessary, but try to bring peace, but try to bring some clarity to the situation if possible. God, I see him said, when you don't have knowledge of self, it's confusing. It's confusion. Having knowledge of self causes peace, and effect is to destroy chaos or war. You had the ASR 2 Indy Red? Jasim said it can disrupt the natural flow, but I'm thinking it's only when the other party accepts the terms of war. And that's peace. We gonna wait for a few more of the I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we're gonna see God Cypher Divine and a few other people in a minute.
And thank you for correcting me. In my previous video, I also said New Orleans.
Cure Cura said the
Yes,
best way to win a
New
war
Orleans
is to
is
not
correct.
fight at all. Sun Tzu.
The rising sun, correct. But okay, we have d6 pushing the knight back, knight f3, and now the knight captures.
Cure Cura.
Pretty much as if we were watching
How do
a game
you
between
how do you
e2. Morphy attacks the knight.
how would
Morphy
you
takes
go about
d7,
that?
defending, and now d3. Morphy keeps the knight back, knight f6, and now
How would you
knight
go
f6.
about winning a war without fighting at all?
You don't want to capture because you don't like the
Every
Morphy
Urena said, man, telling someone they ain't eating right
so
can lead to war in your own home.
g5 by Morphy with h6, and here Morphy captures with bishop captures and f6, queen captures and f6, and d4, grabbing more space in the center, and now we want the win condition
Edwin
for bishop
Delval
c4
said, be
h6,
God and win
and
every battle.
exactly. We have c6 by Leventhal, and it is ever intended this position was never repeated again. So we have queenside castle by Morphy, and now d5, grabbing also more space in the
Cure
center.
Cure said, the way to win
Bishop
a
d7,
war without fighting
knight e5 by
is to
Morphy,
let the
takes
enemy be
d4,
confused,
d3.
wondering, and
Morphy
not
plays the
knowing.
most interesting
You
move,
keep them in the
one
dark.
modern masters might not even consider, but here Morphy plays knight captures
Suppose
f6.
that's a method.
Now, of course, if you capture the knight with the pawn, then queen b5
A
captures,
lot.
picks up the bishop, and well,
Peace to the
as
God.
long as you don't grab the clean pawn, you are good to go. However,
So yeah, the
Morphy
question
plays
right
bishop
now,
f6,
Eli,
captures,
is
and takes
what
f6.
is
I don't mind.
peace?
I grab the piece. You can have your knight g6 check. This will
Jasim
basically
said another
push
way to
out
win a war is
a
to
block here.
appear
We have
unbeatable.
queen to e6, and here we have knight captures on h8. So Morphy grabs the rook.
Yeah,
However,
that
after
works.
queen captures on e2, bishop
That works
captures
in
on
some
h6, h8. Now
situations.
Leventhal, a very strong master, knows that two pieces are better than a rook. And here Morphy plays a3. Now, if you absolutely want to play this position to perfection, this is actually a good idea by Morphy that he decided to give up two pieces for the rook. However, you have to play
Indy Red
peace
said take the war from a
without asking,
physical
well,
to a mental
without
plane.
asking a lot even for modern players. Bishop to e6, d5, c captures on e5, and now bishop to f3, where if the pawn captures or moves, you win the piece
Then
of
use your
also.
wisdom.
So here you see king g8, bishop captures on d5, bishop captures, rook captures. Now you cannot capture as
Smell
king
Good said one of the rewards for destroying the devil
queenside.
is
Bishop to
peace.
e7, preventing this.
ALR
Now
said
knight
peace is a
captures.
state of tranquility.
Exactly, with at least time material. If you're gonna give up the knight, king captures,
Sincere
rook
Born
e6,
Asiatic
bishop
said the
e6,
proper wisdom and
and
actions
position to
can
perfection.
win a war
We
without
have
fighting.
rooks against the rook, knight and
ALR
f6,
said
bishop
is
f3,
peace is a
and
state of
knight
tranquility
h1,
and a
and
lack
here
of confusion.
you are up 2 points for your sacrifice on the table. Morphy played it a bit differently. He played a3. We have bishop to d6, and now bishop to d3.
He
Then we have king
Kareem.
g8 by Leventhal, and here Morphy grabs. Knight
Peace
captures,
to the
king
God.
captures, and now
During
d4.
peace, an army can continue to develop its
So we
strengths
see the same
and
thing.
strengthen its
We have
weaknesses
two rooks
to overcome threats
opponent
before they arise,
and
being too
c7.
strong, too complete, too
But
formidable.
the difference is most rooks are not so active, and well,
He
Morphy
Kareem,
attacks the bishop
the
here.
question is
King
what is
b5 by
peace?
Leventhal, and now bishop to e4. Morphy wants Leventhal to capture so he can improve his center.
You see?
Knight to
Oh,
a7,
we ain't
Morphy
fucking.
developing, and now rook b to e1. We have knight to f6, putting pressure on the bishop, and now rook to e2, preparing to bring the other rook into the game. We have rook to e8, and here, well, Morphy, rook to h to e1 is of course to be considered. You might even consider it an automatic. The problem is after bishop captures and f captures, you have bishop captures on h2. So although you have a very nice center, c3 will be played, you don't want to give up a pawn as you're already down materials. So after rook e8, Morphy decides for bishop captures on d5 with check. We have c captures on d5, rook captures on e8, knight captures on e8, and now g3. Now the rook can get into the game as there is no bishop captures on h2. So here, I found this game
Prepare
particularly
and
good
perform.
because
Preparing is always
first
good,
game
even if
ever
you
as a
never
professional
enter
player,
into
first game
war.
ever against a real chess master.
This
So
true.
here we have g5
Forever Allah,
Now
peace.
king d2, Morphy brings
See,
the
everybody
e4,
that come in says
knight
peace.
c7, and now, although the e file is the only open file on the board, and yes, rook do belong in open files, problem is here the bishop, knight, and pawn control all of the squares
He
in
Kareem
position,
said
so
peace is
all these squares
unity.
are not useful.
Unity is the
So
most
here
high
let's
God
rook
Allah.
a1 instead, and he prepares a4, which of course makes sense. With a5 now preparing to meet a4 with b4. Now Morphy improves the position of the king even further. King d3 with king d6, floating
See,
pawn f6,
peace
and now a4. Morphy
first
was hoping for the
is
the a file
a
with
state of
king
mind.
c4, and now again with
Peace
axis
is a state of
intrigue,
mind
use
when
c4.
one is in
Here,
harmony
of course, if d captures
with their
c6,
own
you push
nature
the position of the king a bit too much.
and their
Here,
own
Morphy moves
principles.
bishop to c7 instead, but now rook to
You understand what
e5,
I'm saying?
king
Divine
e6,
Son said
prolonging
peace
the
is
bishop
proper education,
f4, and
activating
now rook
creative
a5,
energy.
Morphy now prepares to
True
capture
indeed.
e5, and now the d4 king
You know,
takes
peace
king
is
captures on
peace is
c4,
a
king
state of
f4,
mind.
Morphy improves the
You
position of
know,
his king
the
even
brother
further,
said
and now
when you
rook
have the
e6 as
tranquility,
well,
right,
with rook
of
to
being in
d5,
harmony
queen black in sort of a little
with
two-pawn
your
setup,
nature
but
and your
now
principles.
he moves. So you have to play something else, either
You
go
see what
back
I'm
with the
saying?
knight or go back with the king. Here,
Because
let's
right
suppose
now,
you have the
when we
a4,
walk
queen f5
outside,
to d5,
you know, in the
rook
ghettos of
to c6,
hell,
rook to
you know,
c5,
if
rook
we in the
to
belly of the
rook to
beast,
c5, now king back
you
to
know what I'm
c6,
saying,
queen
wherever we
f4,
at,
and now
we
d5, grabbing
in
onto the
harmony
base
with our nature.
c6, coming into the h6 pawn. So
So
king
we always
e7
at
now
peace.
blocked, that you will be able to block with the bishop, but now rook to c7
See,
just the
like, you
same.
know, this
With
applies to,
rook to
you
d6,
know, what the
let's
brother
start
was
with rook
saying the
to
other day, you
d6.
know what I'm saying,
You
when
itself
you
is
got people
attacking
coming in your midst
your opponent
with the
also
Luciferian
can't
science.
allow capture of the a5 pawn. So here,
See,
if
they
you
trying
go
to
to the h6 pawn,
disturb your
so
peace
knight to g6,
and your
well, with
harmony.
rook captures on a5 by Morphy, and now
You understand what I'm
bishop to
saying?
a5,
When they
h6,
take you
king to
outside
d5,
of your
and now
nature.
b3.
You
Knight
see what I'm
e6,
saying? That's why some
remaining
people,
pushed, and
you
also
know, they could
Morphy was
be
hoping for some
in
sort
a
of
harmonious
backup position,
situation,
maybe promoting the b pawn.
but
With rook
it's not
e7,
according to
Morphy
they
with check
to
takes
they
c8,
nature
and
and
now
principles, and
takes
so
knight back. Now
they
Morphy
tortured by that.
captures on f3,
You know what I'm saying? Like every
rook
day we see
f7, and
people
now knight
that they in a
e8,
situation
capturing the b4
that,
pawn.
you know,
So now king to c4.
we feel like we would be at peace
Here,
if that was the
Morphy
situation.
changes king captures on b3 and knight
You know what I'm
c6.
saying?
Although
And
here
then we
king
see
e6
other people
capture
in
here, king captures
situations
on
where it's
b6,
like, yo, you know, everybody else wants to get out of that, but for them,
instead,
for whatever reason, they thrive in that situation.
there's always time to capture here, and
Like you
rook
got
to
some
d5
people
is
that
the idea.
they're more
Bishop e5
comfortable
forms
in
a king
jail
capture on b2,
than they
king
are in the
takes
street.
c6, rook captures on h6, with bishop captures on b2, and now
It sounds
e4
crazy to
captures
us,
on b4.
but
With
whatever it is in their
bishop
nature
f4,
that they find in
c7,
harmony in there.
with bishop c5 as the bishop is under attack.
You
So
see what I'm saying?
what do
So
we
now
do
when you
with
come in tune with people, like somebody was saying, you know, when you come in tune with people, you know, your harmonious state,
So for those of you who decided that
you know what I'm
king
saying,
c4 is the best
could
move,
bring a
well,
harmonious state out of other
there's no
people.
need to capture on d5. Absolute best d5 is
But see, even if the
a4,
other
and rook
person
f7.
wants more war,
Morphy
right?
decided that a5 was best.
That's in that person's
King
misunderstanding
responded a5, has
of,
played
you know,
rook
what you
f4,
about,
not capturing
or, you know,
b4.
what life is about in general.
Rook h5 simply attacks two pieces, and there was nothing
That,
to be
you
done
know,
with
a
b1.
person
Now you
wants,
were up against three pawns. So let's explore the option
you know,
b king c8, king
whatever
c8,
level of
king
confusion that it is with you.
b4, bishop to d6, not allowing the king to c5, but now a4.
Jasim said the Japanese equate war and business. I can't remember what it's called, but they gave a philosophy I think applies. It basically says war is a battle of two wills or visions of the future in peace. Can be found where both parties can fulfill their individual visions without getting in each other's way, turning from zero sum to win-win. Kareem said you have to be a fool to reject peace.
Hungarian master Johann Ludwig
Yeah, but
designed the game as there is nothing more to be done here.
that's what it comes
So
down
you
to.
are moving into chess where he is going to play it out. A bishop g1, preventing opponent to reach a7, king
You
c4,
understand what I'm
maybe
saying?
go king c6 or something, or b7. It's important to guard the a7 square.
That's what it
This is
comes
fine.
down to. You know what I'm saying?
Rook
Some people,
rook g7, and the next move
that's
king
just
c6.
their nature.
Whatever black plays, bishop goes back,
You know what I'm
bishop
saying? There's
g1.
some people
So this
that,
captures that rook captures,
they
and
they feel out of
we can see
place
rook
if they're not somewhere
so this is
causing
good,
trouble.
and after a6, he resigned the game. So this is the first game of the match in Morphy Lowenthal, and
Jasim said, can all things be accomplished
I will not
peacefully?
expect much from Morphy. But after this game, it's very interesting to
No.
see what will happen in the next game and how will
You know what I'm saying?
Morphy and will he take it Morphy.
War, when you look at it
Because
in
here,
the supreme
one of the
alphabet,
rarer
is why
cases
Allah rule.
well, not so much rarer, but here, for example, it was really enjoyable. For example, here, F4 captures, how the rook was completely dominating the bishop and the knight. There was nothing to be done here, especially here after rook to c6, for example. Both the bishop and knight are dominated, and the king has just free aid to the game. But okay, it wasn't just a rook for a few pieces, for a few minor pieces. It was a rook for a few
You
major
know, at
pieces.
least,
Morphy
you
was
know,
actually
not
defending the
in this day and time right now.
like I said, after this a6
Can
move,
all things be
signs that
accomplished peacefully?
possibility of victory
No.
for Morphy in his first ever game against a renowned chess master. So we're
Because
gonna continue
you
this
have
match
people
with
that survive. You
this
have people that
this
survive
series. So I hope you enjoy
off
the
of
game.
some of the things that got to be
Play
accomplished.
the endgame. There were no any. I imagine there were no principles back then. Morphy created this when he played. Didn't know that two matter pieces are better than the rook. He just
Like
made
if
a
you
decision,
if
and
you gain freedom, right,
that the rook would
then
win.
somebody is out without a slave.
I find it incredibly really impressive, and we're gonna check out the other game, as in the other game, Lowenthal will go for the Sicilian system. So
Jasim,
right.
no.
That's
Why
it.
Allah
That was
rule?
it. I would like to thank Julian Yosefzadeh for contributing to my channel. Thank you
Power,
for
equality, Allah see equality.
videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, and of course following what is currently happening in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Women's World
See, like
Championship.
somebody said earlier, man, sometimes, you know, you got to go through war to establish the peace. But like I said, see, now look, that's first mentally, right? That's first mentally before, you know, within self. For you, you know, you going through yourself.
So without further ado, let's check it out. It's a really
Where you may, for instance, you know,
so without
within yourself, right? You got different ideas. You know what I'm saying? One thing that you know is the right way, right? And one way that you know is the easy way. Now, if you go the easy way,
so this is a very pleasant way of playing this.
of course, you probably get everything faster or whatever. You don't have to go through as much, right?
However, the downside is that
But then you won't be at peace if you do it that way.
queen f3, the bishop is unguarded, so you have to wait.
You know,
Getting
if you're a righteous person, you're not going to be at peace with yourself
although there are some
for having done that.
h4 or knight to h3 has been played, bishop captures on f6 is
And you're not going to be at peace with other people around you. You understand what I'm saying? That you know, when you took the easy way, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you wanted something, right? And instead of you know, you working or doing whatever you got to do to get it, right? You took it from somebody else. So now if you're a righteous person, right? You probably feel bad about that, right? But then also, now this person and they family or whoever, you know what I'm saying, you also cause confusion with them.
squares from the setup. Always there are light squares, black has a dark square bishop, so this is in fact better for black. So instead with g3 here,
So this is things every
black
day.
double white
You know what I'm saying? Like
as well.
when
This is still all
it's time to do the Brownsville method.
Taurus plays g captures and the knight to f6 now.
And on the one hand, you like, yo, I got all this other stuff to do, or yo, this person is calling me on the phone and all this other stuff.
G3 was played, that game ended in a draw. That was Navarro had it against Usmanov. Bishop to g2 was played. Navarro sailed to win the game, and Vladimir Kramnik had it against Alexandrov, where
See, that's what you know. That's something that's constantly going on.
So you can see that
But if you win that battle within yourself, so that you constantly at peace, then you constantly gonna be at peace, even in a situation that's hostile. When you're in a situation where everybody else is confused, you're not gonna be confused because you at peace. He Kareem said there was a day and time when the original people of the planet settled things peacefully. They didn't know devilment. In these days and times, war is a state of mind to bring forth resolutions. I mean, yeah, things can be settled peacefully, but see, you know, the Son of Man has searched for trillions of years. The Son of Man has searched for trillions of years. You know what I'm saying? And people being other than they self and straying away from the meaning of civilization, you know, this has been happening. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one of the, you know, like we was talking about stories in the Bible not too long ago, you know what I'm saying? Brother against brother and all of this type of thing, you know, this is ancient concepts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, we should be able to build. We should be able to build. But see, what you saying, he Kareem, right? See, that takes two people that's at peace in they self. That even if it's a legitimate dispute, right, and they can come to a peaceful resolution, that takes two people, right, that's in peace and harmony with their nature. So now what, the petty things, the small things don't you know what I'm saying, they not gonna affect you as much because you at peace. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody say something to you, right, and you sensitive about that, you know, you already not at peace with that. The person saying that, you already not at peace with that. The person who said that just brought that inner confusion out onto themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody say something ridiculous about you, you know what I'm saying, you know, you might laugh that off. But if a person say something that you not at peace with, that's all that's happening right there. That's why I said peace is a state of mind that you have within yourself. You know what I'm saying? K Black C Supreme said people are like planets. We should learn the physical composition of the planets the same way we should learn the different personalities of the people we are dealing with to navigate smoothly through human interactions. See, that coincides with what I'm saying in terms of, you know, that's just in terms of, you know, within yourself, you know, what type of person, you know what I'm saying? Like if you know, if you walking around with the gangster mentality, you know what I'm saying, that's what you call yourself, that's who you are, then when you interact with people, right? This is built into the interaction. You see what I'm saying? But when you got a peaceful state of mind, you know what I'm saying, even the things that you gravitating towards, you're not going to come in tune, you know, with confusion as much. Now don't get me wrong, you got, of course, unlike a trap. So a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, the Luciferians, they want to come amongst the people that's at peace. You know what I'm saying? They wanna come amongst people, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, is peaceful and have a nature where, you know, they don't want to go to war. But that's a different situation where now you got to deal with why Allah ruled. You know what I'm saying? See, they go God Cypher Divine. I knew God Cypher Divine was gonna come in and say that. Didn't I say we was waiting on God Cypher Divine? Who recalls that? I knew God Cypher Divine was gonna come in and say what was we building about. But we still building about it right now though, God Cypher Divine. You know, God, I see him, said peace of mind is to have knowledge, to know the ledge and not fall off in devilish mentality that cause war inside of self or with others. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like most people that go through all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you know, if you listen to different people that went through a lot of violence in their life, right? When they tell you why they not going through violence no more, right? They don't tell you that, yo, the people around me changed. They said something inside of me changed. You know what I'm saying? When they look back, they realize that, yo, it was something that, you know, I was angry about, or, you know, whatever it was, you know what I'm saying? I just, you know, but once I let that go and I realized that, yo, I'm just taking a lot of losses for nothing, you know what I'm saying? That's when they realize that it's the peaceful state of mind. You understand what I'm saying? The same way is, you know what I'm saying? It's a, you know, if you on the war path, you know, I say somebody's on the war path, well, that's your state of mind. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I said all that other peace, you know, that's secondary. You know what I'm saying? Because when you deal with even the science of war, right, on a political level, you know, between countries or nation states, right? You know, that's kind of what politics is. Politics is you know, kind of like in lieu of war. You know what I'm saying? So instead of two countries or two people within a society, right, having a beef over a situation, we come with a political solution. You understand what I'm saying? But in order to come with that political solution, the people who come to the table to deal with the politics, they gotta be at peace in they state of mind. Brilliant in law, peace. Cura said, I wish I had a peace of mind, but my mind is infected with confusion. Why is your mind infected with confusion, Cura? I mean, if you know your mind is infected with confusion, at least that's half the battle. Now uh, you have to find a solution for that confusion. Kareem said, Holy Quran, Surah 364, say, come to common terms between us and you. Yeah. Hey, Allah said, all right. Cura said, mental disorders. Mental disorders. Oh. Yeah, that's, see, the brain is still physical. You said for some there is no help. Well, there's always yourself. You know what I'm saying? You might be right in that nobody on the outside may not have the understanding that you have of what your situation is, because the whole thing is happening inside your head. But at the same time, you always got the power to help yourself. So don't never leave that out. It's just a matter of, you finding the right mathematics to deal with that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all kind of people, man. It's people without no arms. You know what I'm saying? It's people without no arms, and they make food. You know what I'm saying? They got kids. They raise kids and everything, and they use their feet. They use their feet to do all kinds of things. You understand what I'm saying? So, it may not be the level of understanding out there for your situation that you're dealing with, but you can always help yourself. K Black C Supreme said, all black people in America have mental disorders. You gotta explain that one. You gotta explain that one. God Cypher Divine, talking about G.I. Joe. God Cypher Divine, I was asking my son if he knew about the Jansport strings. And he was like, nah, he said by the time he got to junior high school that, Jansport was pretty out of style. I was like, yeah, that's probably why. You got these cats out there attacking you over your book bag strings. That's crazy, man. Yeah, Kareem said, make your knowledge born to be your own self a savior. Kareem, Jansport strings was early 90s. Yeah, my son was born in 90. That one was born in 95, the one I asked. So yeah, I guess that happened like in the window of time where that was pretty much after my time and before his time. But that's like some crazy New York City story or something. Truth is truth, G. Peace. Truth is new. K Black Seed, especially in the projects. 5G gonna make it worse. America, period, is crazy. He said, especially in the project, people is got mental disorders. Divine Son said, peace is not the absence of war, but the presence of peace. Just as proper education activates creative energy, improper education activates destructive energy. Build degree in the supreme alphabets. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That peace is the presence of peace. You understand what I'm saying? It's a state of mind where you in harmony with your nature and your principles. You at peace. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how you do something and it come out wrong, but you at peace because you maintain your principles. You know what I'm saying? And stay in tune with your nature. You know what I'm saying? Like when you never get more angry at yourself, right? Than when you go against your nature and your principles. Like it's something that you know from the jump you was like nah, and then for whatever reason you might let your emotions supersede your intelligence. That's when you're not at peace with what happened. You know what I'm saying? God Cypher Divine shit that was before. Yeah. I'm still wondering, like, how that used to happen. Like I look at the strings, like you had to roll up on a dude and untie his strings. Like how that even work? Like yo son, run them strings, yo. You know what it is, B. You know the vibes. Don't make me do it to you, son. Give me those strings. See, I only got jumped because I don't even know what you're talking about. Strings? What strings? Oh, man. Brilliant Allah said, who you know and save your seed? What you mean? In general or in the nation? K Black Seed Supreme said the American system and the American school system is designed to drive black people insane. Yeah, there is a certain amount. There's not a certain amount, but there's definitely, immense pressure. It's immense pressure from so many angles that, some people that ain't built for it can easily break down. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not sure if that's what K Black Seed is talking about. The breakdown, it don't necessarily come in a person talking, crazy things or something. You know what I'm saying? The breakdown could come, in some subtle way, like, a person start mimicking the behavior of the oppressor and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That, a lot of those things is mental breakdowns. Being, put in the crucible, all the things that they doing, the repetition that they giving you through the media and all of that, some of that behavior is actually mental breakdowns.
Not having to use an orb yet is awesome.
God, I see him say you have to be your own self-savior, build or destroy to bring peace inside of self. Kareem said dudes were savage because for power dollars you could buy a bunch. See, that's what I'm saying. How can something that you could buy a bunch for power dollars become that, Yeah, that's the thing I'm not getting. Like, how did it become a thing, man? Like, I wonder, like, who was the first dude that's like, yo, son, this year when you see my book bag, son, I'm gonna have Jansport strings down to the ground, son. My sister's gonna be dragging on the floor, son. Mad gangster. And then who was the second person? I was like, yeah, son, that's fly, yo. I'm gonna do that too, yo. Yo, matter of fact, yo, our whole crew, son, our whole crew. We gonna have Jansport strings, B. That's how we doing it now. What? See, that's that type of stuff, son. That's that type of stuff, man. And see, they blame crack, man. That's what people was calling y'all generation the crack babies, man. That's because see, I would tell you, man. You know, yeah. Hey, look, man. I'm laughing in a way too, cause I'm like, damn, man. I wasn't teaching as hard as I thought I was, man. I wasn't teaching as hard as I thought I was, man. Little kids out there. Little kids out there fighting over book bag strings. See, I should have been teaching harder, man. I should have been out in the neighborhood. See, I bet you when y'all used to do that, y'all used to do it in secret. Y'all didn't used to let the older people know y'all was doing that, did y'all? That is crazy, man. Jocelyn Born-Law said, so you saying peace is a process. Not so much that peace is a process, but peace is, put that on a list of things that you got to continue daily. Because they continuing daily, right? To do things to disrupt your peace. They doing things daily to constantly take you out of harmony, you understand what I mean, with your nature and your, your nature in general and your principles as a person. You understand what I'm saying? So, I'm not sure if K Black Seed was including that, but like even when you're dealing with drugs, when you're dealing with drugs and things of that nature, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people is doing that to numb the pain. They either doing it to numb the pain, right, from their conscience bothering them, right, because they not at peace with the things they doing because they know it's against their nature and their principles, or they're taking the drugs to numb them beforehand. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of, these wildest cats that you hear about over the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, even in the movie with Scarface, after he sniffed that half an ounce of cocaine off the table, then he's ready to go to war with a whole army. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the reasons for that, because a person is not at peace with what they're about to do. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta continue daily. You know what I'm saying? Just like you might have kids. You know what I'm saying? And if something was to happen and you wasn't there for them, it could be something as simple as, yo, you know what I'm saying, you was late to get them from school. You know what I'm saying? Now, even if you was in a situation where your car broke down or something, you still wouldn't be at peace with that. When you saw your daughter or your son or whatever, you'd be like, yo, my bad, yo, the car broke down, yo, you was all right, right? Yo, this person came to get you. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to continue daily, man. you know what I'm saying, to maintain your state of peace. You see what I'm saying? That's your first duty, man, to become and remain civil. You see what I mean? So you got to come to your state of peace by coming back to your nature. You understand what I'm saying? And then a lot of this behavior, you know what I mean, that we saying is other than self, you know, other than your own self. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be putting words in K Black C mouth, you understand what I'm saying? But, you know, adding on to what he was saying, you know, all of these things could be looked at, you know, as mental illness. You know what I'm saying? You know, depending on how you're looking at it. God Cypher Devon said, no fighting. We would get dudes who wasn't about that life. A street dude or well known. Warn you truth, that was savage behavior. So basically, you just tell a dude that's not cool. Like, yo, Scrams. That's like when you used to be in the bullpens back in the days. You should be like, yo, you gonna eat that sandwich? You want that milk, son? And you just see a cat come in the first day of school like, yo, son, what you doing with those Jansport strings? You don't need them? Let me see them joints, man. Yeah, son, that's stupider than freshman day, man. Yeah, this nigga said, you gonna eat your cornbread. Kareem said that's a struggle within itself. Yeah, but see, now here's the thing. See, that's a part of swimming the 9,000 miles, Kareem. See, when you swim the 9,000 miles, man, now that struggle is over. You understand what I'm saying? Now you at peace. So it might be, you know what I'm saying, a battle, you know what I'm saying, those of us, depending on, you know what I'm saying, what kind of lifestyle you came from before you came into the knowledge. You know what I'm saying, depending upon what type of lifestyle you came from before you came into the knowledge, yeah, you got to go through that struggle. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, that's something that the guy, Divine You Education, the older guy that be in the class, you know what I'm saying, when, you know, he always say that, yo, you know, he wasn't going according to mathematics. You know what I'm saying? And everybody that know the guy, you know what I'm saying, the guy, the way he built and everything, but the guy's like, yo, God, I did 26 years behind the wall. Like, you think that happened because I was going, you know, like, I wasn't in there because of no, you know, political, you know what I'm saying? You know, I was in there because I was doing what I wasn't supposed to be doing. You see what I'm saying? So different people have to battle that struggle. Or it may be, you know, drugs or whatever. You understand what I mean? Because remember, what's you know, jihad? You know what I'm saying? Anybody, you know, there be brothers in here that know a lot more about the Arabic than me. Or matter of fact, somebody just put it there. That's jihad, to struggle and strive. That's what I'm saying. But what is jihad? That's in particular the war against the you know, infidels, the non-believers, the devils and all that. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, you know, when you first gain the knowledge, you know what I'm saying, you may have a struggle with your four devils. You understand what I'm saying? But once you swim 9,000 miles, now you walk in peace. $793, peace to the God. $793 suppresses displaced guilt and post-traumatic anger at self for all that unresolved sister and mom's issue he just dealt with bodying his man's. So a bunch of mental illness and drug abuse combined. Wait, did I miss? Did I miss 793 first shit? He's talking about Scarface, the movie, yeah. Yeah, in that movie, yeah, he had all that right. He wasn't at peace. You understand what I'm saying? He was right. I didn't you manifest the other part of it. See, I was saying that, yeah, he did that so that he could be at peace with what he was about to do, but you're right though. He also wasn't at peace with all this stuff what happened. You know what I'm saying? And he created all of it. People told him to maintain. Jasim said there's also a jihad against the lower self. See, like I said, you say higher self and lower self, like it's just positive and negative ideas. You know what I mean? That's what I was saying when I said your principles, as well as your nature. You understand what I mean? That's, when you saying the lower self, you know what I mean? People talking about, the lower self, the base desires, these type of things. You know what I mean? Telling lies, stealing, and trying to master the original man. You know what I'm saying? Different people, a lot of things happen like that. Where, people have a certain amount of unity, right? Like that happened in the Black Panthers, right? Where there was a certain amount of unity, right? But then you got people that notice that, with this unity that we got, there's some other things that we could do. There's some other things that we could do. You understand what I'm saying? And they start taking things left with other kinds of ideas. We could stick up drug dealers and rob banks and all this other type of stuff. K Black Seed Supreme said we need to be aware that slavery never ended. 1865 was only a transition period. They ended one form of slavery to usher in another form of slavery. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not sure how they won that game, and it came all the way around to yesterday.
So how do you see 1865? In terms of the actual act, I don't know if you would say an act or in practice, right? In 1865, we was transferred from private ownership to public ownership. Because remember, the United States government paid the slave owners. Jasim said, that's the thing, I've been using peace as a measurement of my actions. If my coaching ain't peaceful, my wisdom is off. Yeah. Exactly.
And I was texting back and forth with our friend Lil Wayne this morning because he's just devastated. The point was, he agreed with me. In the end, the 49ers were just better than the Packers. But
He Kareem said that's not real jihad at all. The infidel talk is white boys, Turks, Persians who infiltrated Islam and made jihad look that way. I mean, yeah, that's. I do know they changed a lot of things to reflect, you know, Turkish, Persian, Arab history that really is before they was exposed to Islam. Like a lot of all of that, chopping women's heads off and throwing acid on them. That's they stuff. That ain't got nothing to do with Islam.
He didn't even running back till he was a junior because he's a gadget guy. He would return back.
God Cypher Devon said, if the black man is the God of righteousness, if you reverse engineer that, then the devil is the God of devilishment or wickedness.
And yet, this is his 7th NFL team.
Well, listen, here's the bottom line.
And he said he keeps a list
You
of
know,
all of his cut days.
we allow
And he
him
looks at all of his cut days.
to do that.
Philly said that he wasn't drafted, but they had
To
him
see
sit
God
there.
of the
Miami
universe
said no. Baltimore said no. Cleveland
means
said no. The Jets
the
said no. And
universe.
Chicago said no to Raheem Mostert, who finally fell into Kyle Shanahan heaven because he was made for this. It's that outside zone. Let him get outside where you're just zone blocking and you're
793 said Castro threw all the lighter Cubans out and created even more devils in the internment camps. Do like you said and have said, that story can also be looked at as allegorical, especially when we learned about Griselda and what it may have been based on during the same time. Yeah, that is another part of the story that you put right there that I never really looked at like that. That it did,
But he's fine. He was. No, I agree. In the first half, he gets
you had a lot of different,
114 carries. That's
but I
outrageous.
guess that was
Most
just
yards in a playoff game. I saw this
where the sources were.
the 1963 AFL championship game.
But you got Cubans, Colombians, Central Americans, all kind of entering America and having something to do with that cocaine entering the neighborhoods. So it's very quite possible that they were being coordinated. Got a law will manifest in here. Peace to the guy. What's going on? You gonna be there tomorrow? Law will manifest. K Black C Supreme said from chattel slavery to mental and psychological slavery. Jasim said the devil can't be God. Truth is truth, G. Y'all built on the knowledge degree in the 1 to 14, knowing there won't be any peace among God and the devil.
Good point. Tevin Coleman could be a big loss because it looked like he really hurt his shoulder. Last night. But again, this kid is running so hot.
What's the? I'm trying to see what the question is. Truth is truth. What's the question there?
But could we hark back to Aaron Rodgers on opening Thursday night? Remember against the Bears what they did because they did play defense that night. And after the game, Aaron was it was an NBC interview. Do you remember what he said? We can see that, please.
God Cypher Devon said, if we allow that, is that because the majority, which is the 85%, are uncivilized and not savage? Nah, it's just we don't want to be the God of devilishment. Like, we the God of righteousness because, you know, we do righteousness at the most high level. So when I say, man, we allow them to do that, it's like, look, you know how, uh, we say to each his own. You know what I mean? Like, look, that's if that's what you want to do, you go ahead and do that. But it's not for me. You understand what I'm saying? Or if you growing up and you in your neighborhood, you understand what I'm saying? And you know you decide you want to go in one positive direction, and somebody else decide they want to go in a negative direction, and you say, look, I'll let you be the God of that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, you want to take drugs, you want to be the God of smoking crack or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Look, I'll let you do that. You see what I'm saying? When I say that, I mean in terms of, the way to master some things is to leave them alone.
But here on the QBIU, Quarterback Investigations Unit, there's always questions of narratives unsupported.
True and Living Channel 7, peace to the God. Once he was grafted into white, then he became something other than God. So the devil ain't God. He's just the opposite. The black man is God and the devil is the devil. Peace to the God. Yeah, like I said, we can allow him, just like we allow him to rule over the planet.
What the hell did I just watch? But in a good way. And there's only one man. What the hell did I just watch?
Oh, truth is truth.
And there's only one man who can.
Oh yeah. Well, we started out from just saying what is peace, truth is truth. You know what I'm saying? And I was getting a point across that, truth is a state of mind. You know what I mean? That's dealing with, you being in harmony with your nature and your principles. You understand what I'm saying? And, when you got one or more people that's dealing with that they can come in harmony, you know what I'm saying, as a group of people or a society of people.
But before we crack open this ice cold bottle of justice, as you guys know, my good friend.
So see, like what you was saying is, you know, uh, dealing with the knowledge degree, you know what I'm saying, in relation to this degree, you know what I'm saying, for the brothers that might not be on that degree is when he's saying that, we put the devil on the worst part because we knew it wouldn't be any peace amongst them because their mindset, right, is not at peace. They're not in harmony with what we trying to do. You understand what I'm saying? They not in harmony with us because they was made from killing the black. And see, when you realize that in life, that's what I'm saying. When you going through life, right, and your state of mind is in harmony, you know how to stay away. You know how to keep the devil on the worst part. God Cypher Divine said, we not the son of man that searched for trillions of years. We the gods that agree. We're not the original man who made the devil. Precisely. Now you got it. K Black Sheep Supreme said, facts, mass incarceration started right after chattel slavery. Well, actually, if you look at the 13th Amendment, if you look at it, it tells you that jail is slavery. And jail is slavery. Blair and Snotty, peace. God Cyber Devon said, just like Freddy Krueger, his power is only based on the people who are afraid of him. Yeah. And see, that's when somebody said about self-defense. See, that's when I said wild law rule. And, you know, somebody was saying about being prepared and all that. Yeah, see, that got something to do with each other. That got something to do with each other. See, peace and fear can't really exist together. Like knowledge and fear can't really exist together.
So, Winston made history on both the positive and negative fronts in 2019 in a variety of ways as well. The first and most notable was because
Like if you know that there's nothing in the dark, you can't be scared. You know what I'm saying? If you think about it, the average thing you were scared of, you know what I'm saying? Once you got a certain amount of knowledge, you know what I'm saying, within yourself, then it's like, yeah, that was ridiculous of, you know what I'm saying, ever being afraid of that thing.
that sounds pretty terrible, and there's no way that you could keep someone like that case closed, right? Well, this all kicked alongside a game of week, a 5,109 passing yards, and
You see, when you prepared to deal with self-defense, man, you gonna be at peace. You know what I'm saying?
considering it was his first year in a new offensive system, those kind of numbers should more than
God Savvy Devon said, take the devil off your planet. Yeah, taking the devil off your planet, that's taking the fear off too. Cause that's who planted the fear in you. That's who planted it in you. Josh Sims said, I was just about to quote the 13th Amendment. Kira Kira said, same with Pennywise from It. He ruled by fear too, he's saying. Glenn Sadi said, true, in the 13th Amendment is the knowledge and understanding of the conditions they want to keep us in. K Black Sea said, the devil's game is fear. Jasim said, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Yeah, see, you know, that's where a lot of vagrancy laws, you know, no loitering and laws like that, that's when they came to America. You know, when you look at some of those, when you look at some of those duly convicted people, some of them are little kids. Like they got pictures sometimes, if you ever look, they got pictures where you can see the people that they had, you know, the convicts. Some of them are little kids.
And that includes a game that was lost on a missed 34-yard field goal as time expired against the Giants, and a shootout in Seattle that Russell Wilson won on the first possession of overtime. On the flip side, the Bucs will
True and Living Channel 7 said, right and exact, peace can't exist with fear. Peace may get you killed where a little fear may help you survive to another day. Nah, peace ain't gonna get you killed.
obviously the vast majority of these turnovers are Winston's incredible early
You know, a little fear. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, part of what fear is, right, is a chemical reaction, and then different people different chemicals being released into your blood, and different people react to it differently. Like some people, when that chemical release in their blood, they sense it as excitement and they like it. You know, so they, when their adrenaline get flowing, that's like, blood pumping to them. And then for other people, they experience it as something to stray away from. You know what I'm saying? But it's not the peace. You know what I'm saying? Like, that happens. I don't really know what happened with that situation, but I'm just saying I didn't like the way it got characterized when people said, yo, Nipsey Hussle got killed for helping out the community. No, he got killed because somebody who is mentally unstable and that grew up in an environment where, unfortunately, people handle situations that's just dealing with words like that. That's what happened. You understand what I'm saying? Like if it's people that got killed, man. It's people that got shot going to the store to get, going to the store for their moms. Are you gonna say they got shot because of their moms? No, they got shot because, either they misunderstood or, somebody they was dealing with misunderstood. And like I said, people, their state of mind wasn't at peace. It wasn't at harmony with the principles of what happened. You know what I'm saying? Or the nature of who they are. You see what I'm saying? And these things spill over. But in reality, all the war that's on the outside is a result of something that's not at peace in a person's state of mind. Like, look, even when one country attack another country, the first country is not at peace about something. They want to get that water, and they don't have it. They not at peace. They thinking, yo, we gonna perish if we don't get that water. So really, it's just a state of mind. You know what I'm saying, that a person have within themselves, and if they don't have it, then they project it all out there. Supreme Man, peace to the God. Yeah, we was dealing with what is peace, Supreme Man. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with how, peace is a state of mind. That, once you swim your 9,000 miles, your 9,000 miles may be a struggle, in terms of different ideas. But once you stand up on your square, and you at a state of peace, you could be in the midst of confusion. You could be in a situation of war and still be at peace with yourself because you in harmony with your nature and your principles. Kareem said MLK was a man of peace and they killed that black man because of fear of power. Yeah, look, but they didn't kill him because of the peace. They killed him because in their mindset, they wasn't at peace because of what he represented. You see what I mean? If he was successful, then all of their useful land would have been gone. You see what I'm saying? So now they got to project that outward. Jasim says stress is probably as deadly as inflammation. Ayla said MLK probably would have been better off being violent. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, he had to accomplish what he accomplished. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you really look at it, it was a 1-2 punch. Like, he had to come and do his part. And then the militant brothers, you know what I'm saying, the Panthers and all of those brothers in that era had to come and do their part. You know what I'm saying? In order for us to be able to look back now and say, you know, these are the lessons that we learned, and this is the way we would activate on it if you know, when we get our chance to do it. But that right there, man, he had to, you know, and then you gotta look at this too, you know, a lot of those people was kids. It was a lot of kids that he had with him. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that was doing the marching, you know, they wasn't that type of people. Like, you gotta remember, you know, Malcolm X, you know, he came into a situation with an already trained force. You understand what I'm saying? He came into a situation with a trained force. You know, Martin Luther King is dealing with church people. So he had to lead that army according to, you know what I'm saying, who they were. Quizar Quaco, peace. What's going on? The Cura in here quoting songs. That's one of my joints too, though. The Cura. Supreme Man said, "Peace is a tranquil state that is self-contained through knowledge and study. Peace is attained through the practice of being in harmony with self, which transfers to others through your actions." See, the Cure said, "I think we experience peace when we die. Life is hostile." Well, I don't know about that. The 5%, we don't have no teachings about death. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it may appear that way, but like I said, peace is a state that you gotta accomplish within yourself. You understand what I'm saying? Like, see, you know, chaos is a part of science. You know what I'm saying? Atoms and electrons and all of that colliding. You know, the sun, you know what I'm saying, is a whole bunch of explosions. But you gotta achieve a state of peace within yourself. Kareem said FOI was more defensive, if anything. Yeah, but they still was a trained force. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to who he had MLK had with him. You know what I'm saying? Remember, he's rolling with the SCLC. God Cypher Devon said his responses keep getting deleted. Yeah, I don't know. You must be saying something YouTube don't like. You must be saying something YouTube don't like, because not me. Supreme Man said, as far as MLK, he thought the devils could flow with peace. However, that activity doesn't resonate with the nature of the destructive evil. He trusted that the action he took would chill the devil out. Yeah, Supreme Man, we was just saying that. A brother, Truth is Truth G, he was just bringing up that in relation to the knowledge degree. You know what I'm saying? And we was building on that, how, the devil, his state of mind, what I'm saying, is totally against our nature. You know what I'm saying? His whole nature is to be out of harmony, so we gotta put him on the worst part. Yeah, got something in mind. I don't know what's happening in comics.
This is especially notable in looking at a veteran Carson Palmer, who averaged 14.4 picks over 9 seasons, joining the Cardinals in 2013, where he ended up throwing 22
The new
interceptions.
I bought the program. Shades Michaels. I don't know. It don't really do nothing different. I don't know why they charge money.
With that amount of negative swing in an adjustment period, there's definitely reason to anticipate regression, especially since Palmer's second full 16-game season resulted in 46
Quiz Quaco said Peter Tosh thoughts pieces of diploma to be received upon a departure from this physical plane. While here we should strive for equal rights and justice. I mean, that's for people that believe in the afterlife. I don't believe in the afterlife.
In that first year, the Buccaneers had the top passing offense and the second highest total offense on Jameis' arm alone. And that's not necessarily because of losing game scripts like some Tub, since Winston averages over 8 attempts and 50 passing yards more in game.
Layla Snoddy said, peace is having the knowledge of self and the wisdom to live with the pains of your past and bad decisions, mistakes, and having confidence in the understanding of your purpose in life and fulfilling it. Yeah, that's things that you have to come to peace with in yourself. See, that's one of the things that I was saying earlier, that you have things like that where a person is not at peace within themselves. And then that anger, right, they going around projecting that into, like people who not at peace. Every person that come amongst them, they feel like this person is attacking them in some way. This person is disrespecting them and violating them. People that have that mentality, they project that mentality onto everybody else.
If not, then it's definitely more worthwhile to try and soup up the positions around a younger, cheaper quarterback and then play the long game of trying to reach the Super Bowl. The talent is there, Kingston.
Guys, Ivy Devine said he tagged something several times and he got deleted. We being monitored. I mean, we already know that.
Opposite hand, by letting guaranteed production go and taking a shot at the draft, you're folding and gambling on the next few years of the franchise.
Quizar Quaco said, I was brought up that when one stands on truth and justice, then peace is the state of mind. I mean, if that's their nature. Hold on. Oh yeah, Josh Sims said, due to knowledge on black identity extremists if you thought we weren't being monitored. See, one thing I'm going to tell y'all about that, though, is that, look, there, I'm fairly sure they already got me on in the what's in it. You know what I'm saying? So, a lot of crazy people, I don't really worry about being associated with them because they're already Supreme Man said, plus MLK took their bread. Once you do that, you susceptible to whatever they want. Whatever they want for you, death, hell, and destruction are 3 layers of the devil's society. When you join that society, the common cause is victimization. Yeah. Yeah. See, at certain levels of the government, that's I always say, like, yo, if you get involved with the FBI, right? and things go wrong, they could just arrest you. But if you get involved with the CIA, they can't really arrest you, man. It's really only one way they got to deal with you. If so, yeah, it's certain levels of that thing where, listen, man, it ain't no backseats. Once you go making deals with them. Shades Michael said it's time to get our own. Why are we not ready? The devil time has been up a long time ago. I mean, the devil time is going to be up when we take the devil off our planet. You know, it's not necessarily a particular, day and time, but see, it shines just like this right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta actually, mobilize some science. Like, that's what I'm seeing right now. You know what I'm saying? That, you got a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, that, it's like a mass of people now that, understand the situation. But we not mobilizing on no particular thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a certain amount of confusion where, even in terms of, I'm just saying practically, right? They had to identify individual objectives. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, whether you disagree or agree with, was that worth fighting for? They had to identify certain things. Like, okay, we're gonna integrate the schools. You know what I'm saying? And they mobilized on that. Yo, we want to integrate the buses, and they mobilized on that. You know what I'm saying? But see, that's why I said, man, when you're dealing with different things, that's why you always got to learn the lessons. Because, see, he was successful, right, until the March on Washington. After the March on Washington, he went other places like Chicago. He was unsuccessful. You know what I'm saying? He went to Memphis. Of course, we know what happened there. You understand what I'm saying? But the point is that that was one of the things that kind of that was one of the things that kind of went. That was one of the things that kind of went away with the Black Panthers. You know what I'm saying? Actual, boots on the ground, private soldiers carrying out the orders. For us to have our own and do our own and be for our own. You know what I'm saying? Elijah Muhammad, different people that, they had things, going on that level. I mean, that's exactly the point. But it's up to us. K Black Seed Supreme said MLK said in his latest speeches that he feared that he led his people into a burning building. He realized that white people were never going to change. Yeah. See, with MLK, man, personally, I just think, like I said, with that distinction of being who's the 5%, like, you could be righteous, you could have great intentions and all of that, but you know, him being a Christian, I think made him, you know, susceptible in some ways to still kind of accept, you know, a lot of this biblical understanding of things. You know what I'm saying? Like if you a Christian, right, and you walking around somewhere in your mind, you thinking that being black is a curse because of Ham, you know, that's affecting your mentality. You know what I'm saying? So certain things that you know, he might have went along with for too long. You know what I'm saying? Like he went along until he was too deep in. In the end, it ended up, you know, that aspect of it. Kareem said, you have brothers out here advocating law as the answer for justice, but when you're dealing with people who are lawless for the most part, it's a waste of time. That's power with no refinement. Well, yeah, you know, but see, a lot of things, Kareem, right? It's like, you know, you got temporary things that have to be done on a temporary level that they could give you some temporary relief. You know what I'm saying? It's temporary relief. It's not an ultimate solution. You know what I'm saying? But it will provide some temporary relief. So, you know, in terms of, you know, economics, you know, even if you ask them, they'll tell you that's the pillars of, you know, that's the pillars of the American civilization. You know what I mean? There's democracy and capitalism. You know what I mean? So what that means is that, yeah, you know, before they allow, you know, you to take over politics, they'll just have a war. You know, before they allow you to totally destroy them with their own dollars, they'll just crash the dollar. However, for right now, that will provide some temporary relief that, you know, I don't knock the brothers that advocate that. Truth is Truth said, after I cut certain people out of my life, that sense of peace was priceless. Yeah. See, that person, you know, a person, you know, might be arguing with you all the time. You know what I'm saying? And look, just you arguing with that person, you realize after you argue with them, yo, you wasted time. You wasted time. It was other things, yo, now you late for work or something. You understand what I'm saying? Now you not at peace. As soon as that person is gone, now you just, it's, a lot of times you don't even notice it. Like, time will pass and you be like, yo, you know what? Yo, it's just been mad peace ever since I stopped dealing with that person. You know, I haven't gotten into no arguments. I haven't been late for work. You understand what I'm saying? God Savior Divine said they trying to block his knowledge. Jasim said he was in the military, so he already know they're watching. And God Bill said peace. What's going on, God Bill? Supreme Man said Allah ain't take the bread, however, he taught the youth so he couldn't die. MLK compromised himself, so they spent his legacy and bought off his main people. Plus they fed him she-devils. Total compromise. Yeah. That is what, his real compromise that he made was at that march on Washington. But it was more than him. It was him. It was the guy who was the head of the Urban League at that time, A. Philip Randolph. There's the guy who was the head of SNCC. He's a congressman now. Elisha Cummings? No, not Elisha Cummings. I can't recall his name. But all of them attended a meeting where they basically convinced them to not be militant at the March on Washington. And that was the real deal when it's like, okay, everybody was supposed to chill after that. And everybody else chilled. Except Martin Luther King. Chewing Living Channel 7 said, I won't get long and drawn out. Born you truth. Peace ain't emotions. And fear is so true indeed. Peace won't get you killed in the devilish moment. With the real devil being at peace, you're on point with self. Wait a minute, let me read that again. I won't get long and drawn out. Peace ain't emotions, and fear is so true indeed. Peace won't get you killed in a devilish moment. With the real devil being at peace, you're on point with self. Oh yeah. I mean, see, the thing with fear, saving your life, is it's still your reaction to the fear. See, peace is a state that you already at. Like, say for instance, right now, right? You walk the streets, you know what I mean? You walking through neighborhoods that, people on the outside, they don't even know how you survived in that neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's people from, the suburbs that they like, yo, man, you from Chicago? Like the inner city, like the south side? And you are from Compton? Like, you ever been shot? But see, if you walk these areas and you at peace, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that God is saying is that, yeah, you on point. You on point as far as your preparation for whatever come. All of that's about being at peace. All that's about being harmonious, man. With your nature. You know what I'm saying? Your nature ain't to just, be being victimized. That, you know what I'm saying? That's not your nature. You understand what I'm saying? So, knowing that you could go where you want to, where you gotta go and not be victimized, all of that's a part of peace. Now, in the absence of peace, you would rather have a little fear than a whole lot of stupidity. I'll give it that. Yeah, God Cyber Divine, I saw you. When I saw 704 Mathematics, I knew it was you. Shades Michael said, what's the age for older people to stop learning these lessons? Is there some type of cutoff when it is too late, in other words? Nah, you just gonna have to study harder. You're just gonna have to study harder. You know what I mean? Because first of all, you know, the other ideas is more ingrained in you. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, you just at a state where, you know, like, you know, well, you talking about being older. So if you older, you know, you remember when it was a time when, look, you know, somebody could do something, you know, when you were a kid, somebody could do something, right? One of your cousins or something, you didn't have nothing to do with that. But because you was the oldest one there, you was responsible for all of them. See, the older you get, right? The older you get, the less people is responsible for you. And once we hit a certain age, man, nobody's responsible for us, even if they older than us. Yeah, people might pull out coat to certain things. They, you know what I'm saying? They might take that initiative. So just in terms of, you know, your own studies, that's the real difference. Supreme Man said you can't worship your physical, it will deteriorate eventually. So fear ain't taught to the 5%. In life or death, we gonna build anyway. You only judge by who you affect and who is left to manifest your deeds. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that, you know, yeah, we on point. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, fear is not gonna work with teaching mathematics. True and Living said, therefore you on point with whatever said cipher you're entering. Great bill, because there's a romantic view of the meaning of peace. Yeah. Where people just think, you know, it's peace in all the land and we all walking through the daisy patch and you understand what I mean? Nah, we at peace. You know what I'm saying? In all our endeavors. Because our state of mind is at peace. K Black Seed Supreme said, I think once black people realize that we have no beginning, so we have no ending, it will erase all fear of us to take action. Yeah. But you know, K Black Supreme, I think they gave people something, right, that's even, it's not more valuable. What's the word that I'm looking for? But, you know, it's related to he likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. You know what I'm saying? They gave him something more valuable now, which is, it's like the fear of losing status. You know what I mean? The fear of losing your position within, you know, white supremacy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So nobody would take action. You know what I mean? Like that illusion that you a part of what's going on. You know what I mean? Like getting into what Supreme Man and K Black Seed Supreme said, you know, this idea, you know, that's one of the things that was the product of whitewashing Martin Luther King's, you know, image and his legacy, was that mentality was taught. That mentality was taught to everybody. You know, at least all black kids through that, you know, when they was talking about all people being judged by the content of their character and all of this type of stuff like that. You know, not saying that there's no merit to that statement, but I'm saying that ideas like this, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, we could affect them past the point of sympathy. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's one of them things where it's like, yeah, we feel bad about everything that happened, but we ain't giving you no money back. The Indians, yeah, we feel bad about what happened, but we ain't giving you no land back. You forget that. When they, as far as we come out there and march with you and hold a sign and sing songs, you understand what I mean? But we ain't giving you no money back. But this idea, I think, was a product of that romantic view. Hey, Allah said, I feel that peace is priceless after I cut my ex-wife off. But yo, I do tell people that, man. Yo, peace is priceless, man. Peace is priceless, man. And when you young, you don't notice. When you young, you do not notice, man. Kareem said, I know what you're saying, God, but some say Allah is all law. We're not talking about universal laws. We're talking about pieces of paper that rule the universe, now ciphered. Trying to place that back away. That's when I'm running my mouth too much. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like I said, I don't think it's an ultimate solution. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the law. You know what I'm saying? But I just think that all of these different things, you can make some progress that might be able to be a springboard. You understand what I'm saying? But it's just a matter, all those things is the same thing like I was saying earlier. You know what I mean? Dealing with the law, dealing with economics and all of that, it's all useful land. You know what I'm saying? And it's a matter of how much is used by the original man and how much is used by the colored man. You know what I'm saying? Just like we were saying that education, you could use it and apply it to your situation to better yourself and your community, or you could be indoctrinated in, through the education and end up being, one of the collaborators with them. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with law. You know what I mean? You can end up using the knowledge of it, just like we were saying earlier, actually knowing that in jail is slavery, that's a part of the law. You know what I'm saying? Being able to activate accordingly, to not get caught up in it. It's just a matter of you using it for useful land, you know what I'm saying? Or if you going in there and just allowing him to set up a new trading post, under a different set of, a different iteration of his rules and regulations. Supreme Man said there's no cutoff age to get the knowledge. However, if an older person want the knowledge after the age of 25, I would let them really memorize the lessons for self, then strive to lead them to get the understanding. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You got to study harder, and you just reach the age where nobody's responsible for you. See, like God, Cypher Divine, and them, when they was out there taking people JanSport strings off their back. See, I was really responsible for that. But they was hiding. And not letting me know they was doing that, because they knew what I would have told them. God, Cypher Divine said, those who subscribe to Ham being cursed have a poor understanding of Scripture. I can break that down easy. Who would be considered Hamites to this day? Why does the devil call out people Africans? Actually, break that down, guys. Cypher Divine. Because I never understood that either. Like how somebody just turned black. You know, I mean, first of all, of course, from my worldview, the original man already existed. Supreme Man said Malcolm's speech on YouTube on the March on Washington speaks on what you manifested. I studied that years, months, and days ago. The most recent Million Man March was a money grab. Yeah. Yeah, that's it definitely was a vast amount of charlatans that was spawned from Malcolm X and MLK. That they took the money and ran. Joe Self. It was something you asked me earlier, Joe Self. Oh no, Joe Self is from around my way. Joe Self, you the brother that said you went to PS 166? Joe Self said, how you have the sex talk with your babies? And at what age? I mean, you definitely gotta tell them before they can make babies. But you gotta tell them about the nature of man and women. But a lot of that got to deal with the kind of relationship that you already got with your seeds. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got a kind of relationship with them that you always be teaching them stuff, you understand what I mean? And you always building with them, then it could flow in without being super awkward. You understand what I'm saying? But if you don't never be telling them nothing and then you just come out the blue and you start talking about that, then it's like, oh man, yo. You know what I'm saying? But that's just one of them things where, yeah, you gotta already have that relationship built up of being a teacher with them, you know what I'm saying, to be comfortable when the tough topics come up. You understand what I'm saying? And if you got a good enough relationship with you, you know what I mean, certain things, they will feel, comfortable enough to ask you, you know what I'm saying, if they get to the point, you know what I'm saying, where they feel like they need to know before you realize they need to know. But that's a matter of, you know what I'm saying, you got to build that barn. You got to be building that barn the whole time. That's one of the things, you can't just spring it on a person. It could be a grown person. If you just walk up to them and start talking about, sex, they gonna be like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? 793rd said, true indeed, as I laid my head and walked all types of wild blocks in different states of mind through the late 80s, 90s, and 2000s, yet always in peace. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You walk in different places, man, and other people, they not at peace, but you maintain your level of being at peace at all times. See, that's what when you understand that it's your own state of mind based on your own harmony, then a person can't take you off your square. See, like I was telling you that, I'm susceptible to the Luciferian science. When I start letting this other person in a state of confusion and let them project that onto me, what is this right here? Oh, this your digits? I gotta type that somewhere or something, man. You put, do I have notes? Hit you up on WhatsApp. What? Oh man, it's there. Supreme Man, peace to the God. Guys, he gotta get up in the AM. Yeah, we gotta do, word is born, we gotta do it something like how I see them have the screen where it be split in half and all that, man. What happened? Yeah, I gotta. I mean, they definitely owe us. I mean, we could do it. It's just a matter of what I always tell people is, most people want to skip steps. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to go from the projects to Jeff Bezos' money. You know what I'm saying? But if economics is definitely something that could build up. But like when the brother was saying, yo, a lot of things is past time already. A lot of times we so impatient, and that impatience, right, is what caused us to go a sellout route. You know what I'm saying? Like we will have a resource, we will have something that we make, right? Or something that we produce. And then because we want to capitalize so much, right? We end up bringing other people into the mix. And then those people end up establishing a trading post where they end up with the lion's share and we end up with nothing. You see what I'm saying? Because we wanted to skip those steps. So temporarily, when we brought them in and they put a little bit of money with the mix, it seemed like we was rising. So that's the main thing about black economics and everything. You know what I'm saying? Is that I don't like when people want to skip steps. You know what I'm saying? Like even when you say, yo, we spend $1 trillion a year, and I think what they said, we the 16th largest economy in the world or something of that nature, right? It's still, building incrementally is the answer. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you try to move more than one step at a time, now you getting an amount of assistance that historically hasn't worked out. You know, as far as reparations, Supreme Man said information and opportunity are reparations. You know, I mean, that's you know, that's that's our reparations that we do for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I say about a lot of things that they trying to say should be reparations now, like, listen, man, I'm not doing nothing else to get reparations. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, even my daughter came in here talking about, college education. I'm not going to college to get my reparations. What's wrong with you? Like, when they say, yo, if we give out money, that wouldn't be good. Why not? Give me my cash. Let me, they're just going to waste it. Yeah, well, it's mine to waste. Like, what if you work at your job and at the end of the week, the boss say, you know what? You don't have good financial literacy, so we decided we ain't going to give you a check. Nah, man, if I was going to blow my check tonight, it's my check to blow. Yeah, Joseph from 163rd and Grand. So Joseph used to, let me see. No, Grand is down the hill. It's what? Grand is Grand and then Teller. Grand is on the other side of Morris. It's Grand and then Teller, right, Joe? Where you at? You right below Morris? And then I used to rest on McClellan. So it's 166, 160, 166, 165th, and then 163rd, right? Joseph used to rest right around me, stealing people JanSport strings off their bag. I should have been teaching harder. Him and God Cypher Divine. The Lord will manifest as I'm dealing with my seed now, showing him kinetic and potential energy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to be showing him, all different things like that to where, it's even at the level where he respect your knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But that should be, y'all relationship. That should be our relationship in general. You know what I mean? Just strive to make that y'all relationship with everything. So then when it comes to those tough things, you know what I'm saying? The lines is already open. Yeah, on IG, I knew it was you because it's 704. K Black C Supreme said, when has this devil ever done right by us? This wicked American economy needs black dollars. Yeah, I mean, they need the black man in general. You know what I'm saying? Because that's simply, that's the way capitalism works. Is that, you got resources, you got labor, and you got capital. Right? Capital is, anything that you got, any machinery, land, or whatever that you're using to make other money. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, the person who has the capital, right? The person who has the capital, in order for the capitalist system to work, they gotta get something over what the resource and the labor is worth. Now, it's a couple of ways to do that. You could charge more for the finished product. Another way to do it is to cut the cost of the labor. That's why you see outsourcing. They don't want to charge more for the stuff, so they want to cut the cost of the labor. They get stuff made in China, bring Mexicans over here to make stuff. You know, different forms of slave labor. K Black C said, if we begin to control our dollars and concentrate our dollars amongst ourselves and stop spending with white corporations and white banks, it will cause an economic shift of epic proportions. Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? But now this is one of the things why I said that, look, our mindset has to be adjusted. This is one of the things what I mean when I say skipping steps, is that, you know, as the entrepreneur who's starting the business, right? You can't necessarily think that you're going to come out and compete with these white corporations. And then from the other side, right, as the consumer, you got to realize that, you know what? We may not be able to get Jordans for a couple of years. Like, it may be a couple of years before, you know, a young brother come up. Like, remember some years ago, Stephon Marbury, he had his Starberry line where he tried to, you know, lower the price so it don't be so much burden on the black parents. You understand what I'm saying? Until we get a type of status symbol brother like that, you know what I'm saying, who has those type of resources that you know, may want to make something that's just for our community. You understand what I'm saying? That, you know, that's another part of it. You know what I'm saying? Is that, you know, we dealing with people who, you know, they under the impression they're going to get colder ice if they go to the white corporations. So that's you know, that's also what I mean by skipping steps. Like, we got to realize that, you know, building for self, you know, it's like with any, you know, if, you know, look, if you getting a ride from somebody every day from work, and then you get into something with them and you decide you don't want to ride with them no more, okay, now you got to ride a bike. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that won't look as good, you know what I'm saying, when you pull up to the job as far as status symbol. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, the females or something, you know, they might not feel the same about you, you know, when they see you riding that bike. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I mean when I say, man, we got to develop a mindset, you know what I'm saying, of understanding that, you know what I'm saying, we don't, you know, we can't just give them back some of the stuff. We got to give them back that mentality. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, it's whole levels of the culture, you know what I'm saying? Where, you know, you got people, you know, we got, you know, sneaker stores, you know, where, you know, sneakers, you know, we got brothers collecting sneakers. Now, don't get me wrong, if you really making money like that or whatever, it's an investment and you looking at it like that. But I'm just saying, where you know, you got people that live in the projects and you got a couple of hundred, you know, sneakers collections and fitted hats or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? You know, that mentality, because that's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at it, and mostly all of our communities, right? in mostly all of our communities, right? From a construction standpoint, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's any brothers in here that do construction, but from a construction standpoint, we sitting with an open slate in a lot of our communities. You know what I'm saying? Like in Detroit, it's an open slate there, where if brothers decided, yo, we're gonna build a community. You know what I'm saying? You know, not saying that they haven't decided it and maybe it's obstacles to doing that. But I'm just saying if I oversimplify it from the outside to say that, look, if the brothers out there decided, look, we're gonna consolidate, you know what I'm saying? Like right now we spread out all over. We're gonna consolidate to where our resources is right here and we're gonna build up our community. You know what I'm saying? And how many different ghettos around the country, to get into what you're saying, K Black C, how many different ghettos around the country is in that position, but we sitting there waiting, right, for the government or some white corporations to get together and decide they're gonna build it back up. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I think the mentality is the first thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, like those brothers that came out of slavery, they had a different type of mentality. You know what I'm saying? The illusion of status is a big thing. Like even if you notice, right? You know, like say like police, right? And you see them with all those badges and stuff. You know what I'm saying? All those medals. Let me tell you something. If you notice, the poorer a country is, right, and the least they got to offer the people, the more medals they give out. Because that status, you understand what I'm saying? What are you talking about, guys? I'm gonna get back to you in a minute, guys. I just want to tell my you smartest in the room. Jasim said, I think we might be closer to the 10th largest economy. Yes, you know. But like I said, it's a matter of, you know, like, you know, think of all the different things that you know we had over the years. Like when remember when what's that guy's name? Chris Rock made that movie a couple of years ago where they were saying that like there's only one hair care products. There's only one black hair care products company that's owned by black people or something like that. See, at the time, like, yeah, you know, they got whatever millions of dollars, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, without any understanding, of, you know, the flows of large sums of money. You know, when I say large sums of money, I ain't talking about, you know, drug money. You know, I'm talking about, you know, when you talking about like this brother's saying trillions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? That's something that's got to be understood. Like, see, a lot of this stuff that Trump is going through with China, that's what that's about. That's why the rich people is not against him doing that, because they realize that, look, every time somebody buys one of these trinkets, they sending money over to China. And guess what? China ain't sending it back because they ain't buying no trinkets from over here. $793 said his old Earth went to Morris High School. Morris is, where's Morris again? Morris is down the hill someplace. Morris. Ain't Morris over there by Mount Eden somewhere down the hill? And Joe Self is in the hood, said his school was on Morris. Yeah, he said, I made bean shooters, no stealing. Yeah, over there, on that block over there where your school is, over there, that's one of, I know what you talking about your school is. I ran past that school one time from a party. Some cats from over there by Vietnam. They decided they didn't want me and a couple brothers I was with around no more. That was a crazy night. God Cypher Devon said at this time he works for the federal government. They go by what's called SOP, Standard Operating Procedures. All right. So we have to knowledge before we wisdom, which borns the culture, which is I God. Am I correct, or do I deserve a universal? Well, you said you have the knowledge before you wisdom, which borns culture. Knowledge and wisdom borns understanding. God Cypher Divine said, let's build on higher levels, God. You think it was John Carter who said, you was always the smartest brother in the room. But being the smartest brother in the room mean you was in a room full of dummies. That's what I was dealing with, God. I mean, not necessarily. It just means that you the person that knows, and it's your duty to teach them. You know what I'm saying? We don't really know the situation of all those people in the, what's the name? True and Living, Channel 7 said, Che didn't have medals. Castro had all that. The illusion of status. Yeah, that status is a big thing. You understand what I'm saying? Like the hall monitor, the class monitor, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you get to be the, you know, the field slave. When you get to be the field slave, that, you know, you get to report the master. You know, and you get a little extra. You get a little extra piece of chicken. You know. Just that status right there. You sell out your whole people for that, man. Jasim said, just like the news will have you thinking all of us are criminals, they'll have you thinking we don't do business. Yeah, I mean, we could do business. But the main thing I seen that's been the problem, you know what I'm saying? Because look, at the end of the day, that's kind of what happened to Marcus Garvey. It's that, you know what I'm saying, his idea, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't know precisely, you know, all the details of what happened, but I know it had to do with, you know, him collecting money for the Black Star Line and then them trying to say it was some type of fraud, you know what I mean? So I don't know the details. It probably was trumped up and all of that, but just saying that, you know, even him attempting to take that big of a step, God Cypher Devon said his son went to Mars College. 793rd said Good Hair. Yeah, Good Hair was the name of that movie. Since Korean folks have the stronghold on the game. Yeah, they do. In terms of the like all those beauty supply stores. Remember it was that case? It was like a couple of years ago where the Korean dude came outside and punched a black lady in the face. And then they was saying to boycott the place. Some brothers in the neighborhood went out there and was like, yo, boycott this place, man. And like it was like a whole bunch of black women. They was online like, yo, man, forget that, man. Yo, they got their hairs on sales, half price. I don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? See, you can't do that to no other group of people. There ain't no other group of people that's gonna happen to. And that's what I'm saying. You know, that mentality in and of itself. Like, see, first of all, that wouldn't happen to no Chinese people in no black store because they wouldn't be coming in there in the first place. You know what I'm saying? I even seen it one time. It was these two homeless people was arguing. It was a white homeless lady and an Asian homeless lady. You know what I'm saying? And the white homeless lady, she was saying that the Asian homeless lady was bullying her. And at one point, she told the lady, she said, see, you wouldn't do this to me if I was a black man. If I was a black man, you would not be trying to bully me. See, everybody know what you can get away with what people. See, they know you can come to us. Look, if you started trouble with us over this block right here, now you got a problem. But if you come and sell me poison in the store, I'll make you rich. And they know that. They know that. The word is circulated amongst people all over the world. You want to get rich? Go sell those people some poison. Jasim said, but the stats are despicable. We were talking about the boycott, right? Why did we boycott to ride the white bus line? We could have started our own bus lines. We've got to support our black businesses, though, even though it would be more expensive. It won't even necessarily be more expensive. Jasim also said small businesses employ more people than larger ones. That's partly why our youth have 3 masters and work at McRichard's. Yeah, that's true. But Jasim, have you ever heard Claude Anderson talk about the story about his family businesses? I think he said they had a restaurant and they had a bus line. They had a bus line. You know what I'm saying? It's related to what you're saying right now. And he was saying that that his family had a bus line in North Carolina, though, if I recall correctly, right? And he was saying that their bus line was cheaper than the white bus line. So they was the biggest bus line, actually. I'm not sure if he said North Carolina or in their town. And he said that once the buses got integrated in Alabama, right? That then this integrating the bus movement went all around the country. And when it came to where he was at, that all of a sudden, once black people could ride the white bus line, they went and started riding the white bus line. You see what I mean? And so they lost all their business. But he said that before the integration, that because they was cheaper, that even the white people rode their bus line. You know what I'm saying? So that story actually hit a lot of points that all of us was making. You know what I'm saying, on this post. I mean, on this particular live right here. God Cypher Divine said the knowledge, build, or destroy degree was the duty of a civilized person. Urban Gorilla, peace. Joe Self, facts. Think about everyone that set up posts in our hood. It's all poison. Even the hair, people cut their hair to expel negative energy. They even sell us that. Yeah, all that, that's like just a known factor. You know what I'm saying?
What sets these players apart as a subspecies from, say, yearly starters or others that end up out of the league entirely? Well, there's obviously the journeying aspect of playing for 7, 8, sometimes.
But yeah, those aspects of business, you know what I'm saying? Even with politics, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, it's like we gotta come to one mind, you know what I'm saying, and start seeing those things. Who here saw the video? It's on YouTube, right? There's a video, I think it's called How to Sell to Black People. And in the video, it's like a merchant, and he's telling them how to, show black people all these high status symbols. You know what I'm saying? And it's saying like, yo, I know what you're thinking, like these black people, they're gonna be cheap. But the dude was like, nah, because of their situation, they wanna buy all this expensive stuff because they feel like, it improves their status. So show them the most expensive stuff in the store. You understand what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is that there's a mentality that, you're gonna show these white people, you're gonna teach these white people a lesson by spending even more money in their store. Like, remember a few I'm not sure how long ago it was. It was like one of these young hip hop artists, and they tried to like kick him out of the Gucci store. So then he spent like $100,000 in there, like he was flossing on them. You understand what I'm saying? Like he was showing them something, and it's like, those mentalities, man, we gotta get rid of, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though these brothers is, the way they describing it, this JanSport string thing was a little more friendly, the way people was collecting them. You know what I'm saying? The way people was collecting them. But what I'm saying is, you gotta look at the fact that we ready to kill, man, over some of this stuff, man. We ready to kill over sneakers, man, jackets. You understand what I'm saying? As long as that exists in our mind, as long as the value of things that they make like that exists in our mind, that's what it's gonna make it difficult for us to just do business straight up, K Black C. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? It's on the other side too. It's it's all that mentality. Look, we gotta learn how to deal in equality with each other. See, because sometimes you get that too, where you get a black store owner, right, who knows that these people, what they gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm up in here with all the candy melted and the soda is hot. You understand what I'm saying? Because I know that these people, I don't respect these people like that. And look, it's happening right now in New York City. Anybody that's in New York City, that can tell you that since it's been gentrification, it's been a whole new level of bodega and delicatessen that's come to New York City. all of the Arabs and all of them, they renovated their stores when they knew that they was gonna have a client base that they was gonna have to show respect. So, you know, a lot of things, you know what I'm saying, with us dealing with business, man, you know what I'm saying, we gotta learn how to deal with respect, man, and equality with each other for it to be successful. Now, Angel Gonzalez, yeah, K Black C Supreme, he brought up some of Claude Anderson books right here. Black Labor, White Wealth, and Powernomics. That's 2 books from Claude Anderson. Anybody that want to read something. Angel Gonzalez said, are Latinos welcome in your nation? Some of our founding members are Latinos. And, you know, we see Latinos as the original people as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, we see Latinos as our brothers that went through a different indoctrination with Spanish Europeans. You know, and so you see the evidence of that, you know what I'm saying, within our, you know, cultures that we've built up since we've been indoctrinated into those ways of life. But absolutely, Latinos are welcome in our nation. We definitely, in the room, we got some Latinos. Allah said Floyd Mayweather did it. What did Floyd Mayweather do, you saying? Joseph, Steve Coakley said, hold your money. If you want change, all you got to do is hold your money. Yeah. Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, there's a lot of people that say, you know, a lot of things can't be done. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, in New York, one thing about New York, right, it's starting to break down now because of gentrification. But in New York, right, you got a lot of communities that, you know, they kind of keep to themselves. You know what I'm saying? You know, like you got, say, like, you know, around 181st Street, like Washington Heights, you got, you know, Dominicans up there where they, you know, they keep to themselves, you know what I mean? Or, you know, you got Williamsburg or certain parts of Crown Heights where you got, you know, Jews that keep to themselves. You know, you got Flatbush, you know, certain, you know, like the North Central Bronx where you got West Indian people and they stick together. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, if you go in any of those areas, right, those people always got an economy that they got there. You know what I'm saying? Like you go in the West Indian area, certain stores you go in, they got all West Indian seasonings that you might not find, you know, at, you know, Associated or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Walmart. You know what I'm saying? If you go in the Asian area, you know what I'm saying, they always got their fruit stand where they got fruits and stuff in there that you never seen before. You know what I'm saying? You know, we the only people that don't have nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? We the only people that you can't come in our neighborhood and tell who we are by the stores. Like if you go in the West Indian area, you go in the Asian area, you know, you go in the Dominican area, wherever, you know what I'm saying? You know, and I'm using all people because, you know, it's not about separation. It's about what I seen firsthand, you know, in New York. And you can see the different people and how some of them, they kept their community strong, and you see how the elevation is. And then you see other communities how they allow themselves to be broken down, and then you don't see the elevation starting no more. You don't see the elevation going no more. So you got lots of people, right, that came into New York City, and anybody from New York City, right? You know, that look, the Asians, when they come in, like to this day, they got all they raid all these buildings, where they got tenants in there, it's still slum conditions with new Asian immigrants. But see, when Asians, when they make it, they move out to Flushing. See, the Italians, they came here as immigrants. They tell you their stories. Their family came here with $7 in their pocket. But see, when they make it, they move out to Howard Beach and Staten Island, or when they made it. When they made it out of Little Italy. You know what I'm saying? Can anybody that's from New York tell me where's the area, where's the black people that made it? Like, where's the area where it's like, that's their stories that, yeah, well, my grandfather was actually born in the projects down in St. Mary's. And yeah, he got into this business, and now we're over here in this black enclave of upper middle class black people. Where's that section in New York? That section of New York, I'm pretty sure is in Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, Allah, what you saying Floyd Mayweather did? Kareem said we could also learn. I'm talking too long again. He said we could also learn from some of these Chinese set up a bus service. You can ride from New York to DC for $20. Jews would rather not do business than do business with someone who's not Jewish. Yeah, the Chinese, they killed with that bus service. You know what I'm saying? But see, look, even that's what I'm saying. That's a status thing. That's a status thing. Like, that's not a business that, that's not a sexy business. You understand what I'm saying? And that's another thing that happens with black people, is that we all want to jam into, this handful of sexy businesses. And I heard that's an old school thing. That's what happened, that there was lots of jobs that, new immigrants, Italians and Jews, that they would do that, black people, for whatever reason, they felt like they was above that. Like at one time before they had refrigerators and freezers, somebody used to have to come by your house and sell you ice. And they said that was a business that Jews used to do, and for whatever reason, black people felt like they was above it. $7.93 said, was told when real young, anybody approach you for the leather, to give it up. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This stuff is not worth your life, man. You know what I'm saying? But yo, yeah, we ready to kill and ready to die, man, over this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, as long as that's our mentality, where a person is ready to put their life on the line, then if you put something out, then it's just, a good thing. You know what I'm saying? But see, like, look, that's a, example of what I'm saying. Is like the dude, Lonzo Ball. Well, he had a great idea and everything, but I'm not giving you that type of money for those sneakers. You know what I'm saying? And then it turns out the sneakers wasn't really made like they were supposed to be made. So that's what I'm saying, man. We gotta, deal with equality, man, and respect with each other, man. Jasim said we're really chasing social status to use things and our ability to procure them to replace our ability to live freely as living beings in peace. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because look at how many things you could say about a person, that don't have nothing to do with that, and that's what they'll do. They'll start throwing up all their physical belongings and stuff as if that means something. You know what I'm saying? But see, that's what I said when I said, look, people don't have knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, and equality. You know what I'm saying? You put in the rat race to get enough money, right? Once you got enough money, then that's supposed to get you fantastic food, clothing, and shelter. And then once your food, clothing, and shelter is fancy enough, then you're supposed to have love, peace, and happiness. So like you said, that's something to replace, that's something to replace a certain emptiness. You know what I'm saying? So until that emptiness is filled, you know what I'm saying? Until that emptiness is acknowledged, you know what I'm saying? That's just another kind of drugs, man. It's just another kind of drugs, man. The same way people is doing, all this desperate stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like when we were saying about the science of fasting, you know what I mean? Different people gotta fast from different things, depending upon what you're not dealing with the right way. The excess is taking you under. Nah, I got Cypher Divine. I'm not gonna leave the Gen Sport string thing alone. I listen. That's the thing of the year right now. The Jan Sport strings, you took the cake for the whole year. I gotta ask some more people. I wonder if they was doing that out in Jersey too. I gotta ask some brothers from there. Allah said I got the whole Powernomics. Joseph said a friend told me the store on 125th and St. Nick sell pork again. That used to be one of the first no pork delis. 125th and St. Nick. Which one you talking about? The one that below 125th Street or above 125th Street? You talking about the one by the fish store or the newer one that's right on the corner that's that's down the block from the new pizza shop? I don't know of them to be serving pork again. That would actually make me wonder, because pig, I was under the impression that pig just don't sell like that in Harlem no more. You can't buy pig and beer like you used to. But I was always wondering what that was about though, Joseph. Like I was wondering, was that about the gentrification? Was that about just, enough people came to observe dietary law that they just, it wasn't lucrative? Or is it that they somehow got exposed that you over there selling that shirt? You understand what I'm saying? Because they ain't even supposed to be touching it. But you come over here and do it to us. See, like I said, nobody got respect for us as consumers, including our own people sometimes. Jasim said you shouldn't hold money. Look up inflation. Yeah, that is. I know what you're talking about. I mean, in general, yeah, money is supposed to circulate. You know, that's definitely the root of what K Black Seed Supreme is saying. Is that the money gotta circulate between us. You know what I'm saying? See, that's how a company like General Motors, right, and Ford, and they can cause a whole town to be prosperous. Everybody in the town don't work for Ford or GM, but what it is that everybody at Ford or GM, they gotta buy lunch, for work. They gotta get gas for their car to go to work. You know what I mean? They gotta get their oil changed. They gotta get their, kids shoes for school and clothes for school. You know what I'm saying? They gotta buy groceries. You see what I mean? So this money trickles all around, and then all the people that work at all those other places, they gotta do the same thing. They gotta get their clothes clean. You know what I mean? So yeah, the money has to flow. You know, I think if Joseph was the one that made that comment about Steve Coakley, I don't think Coakley was saying in terms of you to hold it, like to put it under your mattress. He means as a people, for us to hold on to it in our community. You see what I'm saying? Because as long as it's in the community, like I said, and all of those people are supporting, you know what I'm saying? But when you send it to somebody outside the community, they supporting somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying on one of these other lives, you got countries that the biggest item on their GDP is money that's sent back to their country from people that's here working. Like people that come here, get a job, and they send money back to Mexico or whatever other country. That money is the biggest item on the GDP of some countries. Just to show you how important the flow of monies is. You see what I'm saying? So when K Black Seed is saying, you know what I mean, that we got a lot of things that's flowing right here. You know what I mean? That counts too. You know what I'm saying? K Black Seed, adding on to what you're saying, is that those businesses now gotta invest back in the community. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, look, let's say they put this business on the corner and we go there and we supply that business. All right, when you build your house, right, you need to build your house in this town where you can hire people that do construction in this town. You see what I'm saying? But if we give him the money and then he go live in the gated community over there with them, then it's the same thing. Which is what's happening, on a certain level right now, Black Seed, you know what I'm saying, is that, yeah, we do have people in the community like Michael Jordan, you understand what I'm saying, that we supplying with a whole bunch of money, but they not dealing with equality with it, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I think Coakley was talking about when he said, hold on to the money, and hopefully that's what Joseph was talking about. But yeah, I don't know about that, Joseph, if they selling pork again. You know what I mean? I kinda I have my times when I do it, but right now I'm in one of my flows where I'm not eating heroes and stuff like that, so I can't call it. I'm gonna hit you up, guys, Cyber Divine. I'll catch you. Black Seed said we got a lot of self-hate going on. Everything that you're talking about is examples of our mental illness. All right, now see, if, like I said, if you talking about things like that, then yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, these behaviors are irrational. They're irrational behaviors. Jasim said investing intelligently is a better answer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? In investing in ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like, yo, when you go to these hospitals, right? Like anybody in New York can tell you, you know, any any hospital that you go to, any college that you go to, they got wings that, it'll just say, yo, the Henry and Julia, you know, whatever last name, wing of the hospital. Those are private citizens, right, who put their money and invested it back into the people. And oh, that's what Floyd went to the Gucci store and bought a whole lot of that. Yeah, I tell people that's a difference. I look at that when the kids that's growing up now, right, they growing up with Floyd as the guy. You know what I'm saying? That's a difference from growing up with Muhammad Ali as the guy. You know what I'm saying? And just what he about, and you know what I'm saying, what he inspiring the kids to do. Angel Gonzalez, that's peace. Yeah, Joe Self is saying, yeah, don't spend on things you don't need. Yeah, you know what I mean. Hold your money. You know what I'm saying? From you know a lot of expenses, a lot of expenses. You know what I'm saying? That the desire for this is being placed in your head. You know what I'm saying? Like food is one thing, you need that. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of those things like, like see how people would say, look, on this particular day, let's boycott this company. Or on that particular day, let's boycott this company, right? But a boycott is not gonna work, right? If you know you're gonna boycott this company tomorrow, so you go out and buy twice as much the day before. Or you boycott on this day and then you go and buy twice as much the next day. You understand what I'm saying? Because you still have that desire for that thing. As long as you like the devil, because the devil gives you nothing. You understand what I'm saying? You're going to be subject to everything else in the 136. 793rd said have Mark 125 at one time, along with the 116th Street Market in the 90s. Yeah, there was a... There's a documentary about Mark 125 and what happened to it. And a lot of things what I'm saying, it applies over there. You know what I'm saying? Where the people who were supposed to be organizing the whole market, they wasn't doing certain things correctly as far as maintaining the place and everything. Then you started having vendors that wasn't paying, so that's bringing the place more down. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was another one of them things, man, where they had a bank at one time too. What was the name of that bank? Remember Percy Sutton? David Dinkins was down with that too. They had a bank in Harlem at one time. $793rd, so that one time parts of Sugar Hill, Harlem. But see, they don't even call over there Sugar Hill no more. Parts of Fort Greene, Spike Lee always highlighted in the 90s where his shop was. See, in the 90s, in my opinion, that the Rodney King riots and the O.J. Simpson verdict and the reaction from black people is when this new form of integration came about. Somebody was talking about it earlier today. Diversity. You know what I'm saying? And those type of areas like that, they broke down due to diversity. Kareem said the desert all day. Black Seed said because all of our customs, rituals, and traditions have been beaten, programmed, and tortured out of us. This is what I mean by us suffering from mental illness. The only thing, I understand what you're saying, but I would just word that a little bit differently. I don't think they've been beaten out of us. I think they still exist within us, right? But they just put us in an environment where when it manifests itself in a distorted way. You know what I'm saying? Like we were saying about the gangs, you know what I'm saying? A lot of those people are people who was warriors. You know what I'm saying? Their lineage, you know what I'm saying? The code that's on their DNA is warrior code. So when you put them in a situation, a hostile environment, and they don't have their fathers and their grandfathers and all of these people to show them how to what that power is really about and how to use it correctly, then it comes out in a distorted manner. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, but I agree with, it causes people to act in an irrational way. You know what I mean? That can definitely be classified as mental illness. Which book, God Cyber Divine, you asking if anybody read? 793rd said there's a spot in the P around where my old earth grew up that they're trying to get historically recognized with gates around and particular architectural specifics that was on Channel 1. They trying to get it historically recognized for who? Like what are they saying happened there? God Cyber Divine said water can rise above 6 degrees of the earth. 6 cannot raise above the proverbial 7. If by 6 degrees you mean 6 miles, that's true. Yeah, Black Seed, yeah. Priorities, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like right now they've given us a set of priorities. That's what I'm saying. That after that Rodney King verdict, like for instance, somebody was asking, we was talking about hip hop, I ain't sure what night it was, and somebody was asking about the Africa patches that, hip hop, brothers used to wear. And yeah, when those Africa patches was out and, brothers' rhymes, was related to those Africa patches. You know what I'm saying? But, if you notice that after that Rodney King era, that's when the money that the people in the entertainment game really start taking off. Like it really start, like that's when, before that, there was players that played professional sports, like 793rd, I remember this. Back in the days, right, when we used to get sports cards. Like say you got a card with a football player or a baseball player or a basketball player, right? It used to tell you what the player's job was in the off season. Because the players wasn't getting that kind of money like that. They had a job in the off season. Like dudes didn't train all year round like they do now. You know what I'm saying? And getting back to what Black Sea Supreme saying, I think that was one of the things for that was to change people's priorities. You know what I'm saying? When you changed it from the Africa patches, right, to gold chains with crosses on them, right? Then to the platinum chains, then to the diamond chains. You understand what I mean? It changed the whole priority of what you would hear on a record even. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it's across the board. You know what I'm saying? The priorities of, what it is that you feel that you dealt with your loot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not sure everything what he's doing, but I'm saying like just from what I heard, like if you take somebody like Akon, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't, I see him, he got his things and everything, he preserved the best part for himself, but I don't see him with like a huge amount of gold chains. You understand what I'm saying? And showing off his Bentleys, he's over in Africa doing stuff to help his people, you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, he could show probably the same money. Like yeah, you spent 50,000 on that chain, but dude, I just spent 50,000 on water wells. You know what I'm saying? If he wanted the floors, I'm sure he could. You know what I'm saying? But on oil planes, you know what I'm saying? When somebody make it, they gotta stop staying over there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if it was y'all I was speaking to or if I was speaking to somebody else about, that's something in China. That's one of the things that they credit with them becoming successful recently. Is that when people used to leave China to get educated in America, they used to stay. But then the companies over there started offering more monies and opportunities. So now the people from China that come here to get educated, they go back and help their people. See, like Yao Ming, he's over in China. He's the commissioner of basketball over there. I don't know if y'all into basketball, but Yao Ming, he came over here and was an NBA player. Now he went back over there. He's the commissioner of basketball. See, when our people make it, they priorities say, yo, go over there with those people and stay away from these people totally. Joseph, I told you it was level to the JanSport thing. Yo, my G, that is the funniest thing I heard, man. The JanSport string thing, man. I'm telling you. Yes, sir. I'm just thinking about all the dudes that's traumatized right now that's watching these videos. That's like, word, son. I remember niggas got me for my JanSport strings. Yeah. It's probably dudes sitting in jail right now, man. Man, gangster. Like, yo, saying, why you turn gangster? Word, saying, they took my JanSport strings. Cats took my JanSport strings, man. Yeah, yo, that was it, man. Not gonna be victimized no more. Yeah, that's like where that new bullying come from. That's where that new bullying come from. And people say, yo, bullying now, like 783rd, tell them, what they call bullying now, we should call that snapping. Like bullying, nah. You still got your lunch money? You haven't been bullied. Yeah, that is wild stuff, man. That's wild stuff. he Kareem said, all across the desert, Springfield Gardens, Hollis, St. Albans, Queens Village, Jamaica, all areas where people who originally came from the South went to Harlem. Then when they made some money, bought houses in the desert and middle class neighborhoods to raise their families. Now, I give you out in areas like St. Albans. Even then, I really can't give you that. See those, because to my knowledge now, I'm not 100% well versed on the history of Queens, but to my knowledge, those areas opened up from white flight. Like during those years, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you know what I'm saying? That's when all these places out in Long Island was opening up. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I don't know about the whole history of those areas. And I'm not saying this to cause separation or to say that I'm about separation. But those are a lot of West Indian people in those areas. Those are not the historic people. You know, the historic people that was in New York is in the LES. Like the people that was here that didn't come in the migrations, that's always been like the slave burial ground and all of that, that's down in the LES. And there was a certain, you know, even with that, another thing about that, Kareem, is it was temporary. Meaning the children of those people wasn't able to maintain that. Because believe it or not, the Bronx was like that. Like, see, you said people that came to Harlem and then moved to Queens. Generally speaking, people in Queens moved from Brooklyn. And people in Harlem moved to the Bronx when they got a couple dollars. Allah said Claude Anderson said that before the black dollar leaves our neighborhood, it should hit 10 to 12 people. Exactly. Because there's certain companies that you could work for, right? Like when you think about these big corporations, right, that they got, you know, 50 or 60, you know, different brands under their umbrella, right? If you work for that company and you buy all their products, you could give them all that money right back. Black Sea said American country is losing value. To get maximum benefits from American currency is to keep it moving. Yeah. I'm going to tell you one thing about that, too, Black Sea. Another part of it is to understand that the losing of the value, right, is a part of the system. You know, the economy crashing is a part of the system. Like you see how the economy crashed not too long ago, right? And then after that, what happened? The rich got richer. So that's the plan. See, that's when Martha Stewart got busted. Because they was like, yo, y'all got a little bit loose with talking about y'all knew this thing was going to crash. You understand what I'm saying? And understanding that that's a part of it. For them to get everybody to invest in this scheme and then say, oh, the scheme crashed. There was nothing we could do. But when the market crashed, that money don't just disappear. Some of it is on paper. Yeah, that just goes back into the thin air where it came from. But the actual money that you put up, nah, that don't disappear. Somebody walk away with that. Jack Sim said the socially responsible entrepreneur is the answer to revitalizing smaller communities, although it's not properly incentivized. Yeah, it's not. Even in terms of, like I don't know how it works in other places, but in New York, right? One of the ways how bodega owners come about is dudes come over here, they migrate over here, however they get over here, right? They get sponsored by whatever other, Arab, and then they work in the store, right, for this other Arab for a period of time. And then from that, they hook them up with their own store. See, we don't have no system like that. You see what I mean? Because over here in the wilderness, we've been living under a system since we got over here where, if you tell the master, if you inform on the other brothers to the master, and what you inform on is important enough, you could get your freedom. And to this minute right now, man, you got people that still think like that. Because it's still set up like that in society. You know what I'm saying? Like look at Colin Kaepernick. You know what I'm saying? Not saying whether you agree with him or whether he how he did it or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? But that was kind of the deal. If you stop saying what you're saying, you can have all these millions of dollars. Joseph said, how can we start a college fund for the children in the nation, or is there already one I can contribute to? That's actually a good idea. That's the type of thing, what I'm saying, we gotta look at. Like, see this right here? I got like almost 450 people on here. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, we got the power to do something like that. You know what I'm saying? I know a brother that he work in the bank. He work in the bank right there on 125th Street by Lexington Avenue. You know what I'm saying? And he's one brother that I give them money. You know what I'm saying? Because the stuff they do already. Like anybody who came to the Medina rally and seen the Children's Day, the T-shirts and everything, all the toys. When we do the books, the book bags with all the supplies and everything. Last year they had calculators and everything, man. It was on point last year. But those are the brothers that do that. You know what I'm saying? And so that type of thing, even that too, you know what I mean? A Children's Day fund. You know what I'm saying? Where, it's lots of Children's Day of the babies all over the country. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's exactly the type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Of actually stepping up and dealing with, you know what I'm saying, that type of action is what's needed, you know what I'm saying, to execute the ideas which y'all saying. But yeah, the brothers, they already got to jump off. Like it's already official where like they give you the receipt and you could write off on your taxes. You could write off on your taxes and all that. They already got it hooked up. You know what I'm saying? Jasim said, indeed, we are our greatest asset, and we often don't think about human capital, knowledge, skills, and abilities that we were taking along with the people in Africa. Yeah. Some of us was brought over here, right? Because the climate in the area where we was similar to the climate in the Southeast United States. So they brought certain people from over there because they already knew how to farm in that environment. Sim said, with this being a knowledge economy, an investment in knowledge or education is paramount. Ayla said, I'm good on the diversity right now. Black Sea said, we got over 20 black-owned banks nationwide. I ain't know that. I gotta Google that to see where they at. I gotta get me in. I gotta get me in. Cause these people, man, in my bank now, man, they wild out. They be calling me talking about I owe them money. Like, what you talking about? You got my money. The 793rd said historically preserved older structure of row house types like the one my old pops grew up on Webster off of Gun Hill Road, but much nicer structure wise. Yo, man, it seems like y'all dudes, man, all around me, man. Gun Hill and Webster. When I got the knowledge, I was resting on Gun Hill and White Plains. Actually, Magenta Street. We got brothers from the 167th. Got brothers from Gun Hill Road. Had Cypher King in here earlier for the Medina days. 793rd said players used to fly commercial and games were on delay like big championships. Like, yeah, NBA, yeah, it was different. You know what I'm saying? But once they put all that money out there, it changed everything. You know what I'm saying? It changed what the famous people was talking about, and it changed, the people that was being looked up to and what they was being looked up to for. You know what I'm saying? Is to me that did a lot. Golden Arms. Yeah, I'm sure I was about to take it down in a minute. It be the brothers, man. They start switching topics. Joe Self said, word, you laughing, but I remember when dudes would notice they strings is gone. Oh man. Somebody got their strings taken on a sneak tip, man. Oh man, that's crazy. Kareem said I'm talking about the 50s and 60s. Now I do know that in the 50s and the 60s, right? You did have like James Brown and cats like that used to live out in Jamaica, Queens. I do know about that era, but I don't know, how complete that was. Like whatever they was doing and whatever they was doing, they never connected with the Project Brothers. Like you don't hear the like the dudes, from 40 and Baisley, like you don't hear them talking about, we, it was all middle class around here. You know what I'm saying? Joe Self said my grandparents were born in Harlem. My grandpops was born in Dunbar Apartments. They moved after marriage to Flushing, Queens to be black middle class. Out in Flushing. Yeah, my grandparents, they migrated to Harlem though. And they when they first moved to the Bronx, that was really getting out of Harlem. Kareem said, facts, these are West Indian areas now because West Indians always want to work hard and own houses, not apartments. But initially, it was African Americans. And so when it was black people out there, they had, it was like all the same areas. Like what ended up happening? What ended up happening to those black people? And how did they end up losing their houses? See, because it's not really a matter of West Indians working hard. It's a matter of, or put it like this. What I seen myself, with Jamaicans is the West Indians that I got the most, the longest experience with. And what I seen with them is that over time they've been here long enough where they start realizing that these black people, they not BSing, man. White man trying to hold you down. You know what I'm saying? Like when they first came, they're like, man, I don't know what's wrong with y'all black people, man. So don't work hard. You know what I'm saying? But over time, as they kids start getting caught up in the same things, you know what I'm saying? Then they start seeing that, something? It is something about here. It is something about being here with this particular devil that's not the same as being back over there. Yeah, 793 says some Bronx people moved to Westchester in New Jersey. Yeah, that's how it went. You moved from Harlem to the Bronx to Westchester. You moved from Brooklyn to Queens to Long Island. Generally speaking. Like this brother right here, he said his grandparents moved to Queens in Flushing. My grandfather moved to Queens too in the late 70s. He moved to Queens, but when he got out there, it was a Jewish area where like I was walking from the I had to take what that was, the Q44 or something, and I'm walking from the bus stop to his house, and people was coming out on the porch and looking at me walking past like they ain't never, like, what's that? Like they didn't call the cops or them, but they was just looking at me like, yo, You seen one of those before? So I never got to know that part of Flushing. You know what I'm saying? And the only other part of Flushing I really know with the brothers is over there in like the wastelands over there where Royal Flushing them is from. Kareem said Brooklyn to Queens, Harlem to the Bronx is later, but in the 50s, Queens was the ideal place to get a house with a lawn. Yeah, I'm just saying how, I don't know of that community because see, even when you talking about the 50s, right? Those people are still factory workers. And when you say middle class, like yeah, they moved out of the slums. But it's not like Italian people that moved out of the slums of the Lower East Side to mansions in Staten Island and Howard Beach. You know what I'm saying? And all these other sections. Like even you gotta remember, look, to live in the projects at one time, you had to have a middle class job. In those times that you talking about in the 50s. You know what I'm saying? But we talking about like 793rd to remember what I'm talking about. Like look, if somebody in your family had a job with some place like General Motors, they was like rich. And that's one reason why that wealth didn't transfer generations, because it wasn't really wealth. It was that they just had more income, being in the union and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? (793) said my old Earth's West Indian and her people moved to the P's in the 40s. Back then around Paulding, they were getting criticized and looked at funny for buying property instead of renting and moving in the PJs. By Paulding, you talking about Paulding, not Parkside projects. No, Parkside's not on Paulding. Hey, wait, is that Paulding? You talking about Parkside? Man, your family from the hood, man. Canarsie and Medina is another example of a West Indian neighborhood that used to have a lot of Italians. Yeah, now look, and that's another thing about these houses, and this is why I asked you the question about what happened to that neighborhood with all those black people. Or these neighborhoods where you have middle class black people. Because see, one thing about Canarsie, you got a lot of West Indian people that live there, but they don't own all those places. See, a lot of those places are still owned by Jews and Italians. They private houses, but they renting them. And that's another area that, like I said, that's the result of white flight. Jasim said that, yeah, you have to acknowledge that inflation, inflation, you can kind of look at that as the devaluing of money is built into Keynesian economics. What's his name? Something Maynard Keynes. He's one of the big economists of the 20th century that he kind of formed economic thought. Joe Self said the whole financial system is built on the devil concealing truth. 793rd said the dopey thing is that a white vet suggested that maybe if he kneeled down, it wouldn't be seen as offensive. Oh yeah, you talking about the Kaepernick thing, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Alright, Joseph. When you call the school, I'll holler at you. Jasim said, I just remembered to suggest Trigger Warning on Netflix with Killer Mike. Who's Killer Mike? Is the brother that be going on he go on like a lot of the news shows. Like he's like a Democrat. Like he like represent for the Democratic Party. Black Sea said every nation on earth knows that their most precious resource is their babies. They know that they have to develop their young to their fullest potential. Yeah, we the last peoples, man. Well, I ain't gonna say the last, but right now, we the only people that's not seeing that you actually gotta groom the young. You know what I mean? You gotta groom your babies to you gotta groom your babies to do what you want to see in the future. But yeah, did I address that, Joseph? You saying that the store by the fish store by the fish place sell pig? You know something? I'm gonna check on that tomorrow, Joseph. Cause I walk right past there. I walk right past there every Tuesday. So I'm gonna check on that. That would be horrible. He said over by Brothers Roy's Juice Bar, now on 213th. That's the Geechee side. Grandpa came up on a boat from Johns Island to New York City. Let me see, 213 in Paulding. That's not Tilden. You're not talking about Tilden, are you? That's not Paulding, though. At Johns Island? Yeah, I know Johns Island, too, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jan Sports with strings. Like when I was leaving school, that was like when the North Faces was starting to blow up. People was starting to wear the North Face bags. I didn't even know JanSport was still a thing in the 90s, man. Like JanSports was, but we just had them because they was rugged book bags. And you didn't have to buy a new one every year. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, I never even noticed the strings like that. Black Sea said America blatantly chooses to exclude its black American children from this development. Yeah, I mean, somewhere down the line, that's a part of the whole thing, is that they don't want to be competing with original people. So in order to stop this competition, you got to cut them off when they babies. Jasim said, I'm going to do some knowledge on setting up a foundation in New York. Maybe we can find some more brothers and make this thing happen. Most definitely. 793rd said his father's little brother copped and is still living in his crib with his grown seeds and grands just because his older brother did. He was a phenomenon in the 60s, uptown, with pass from the judge to go take care of his pregnant wife instead of the draft. Italian and Irish cats he worked with gave him advice over the years working together on where to live, New Jersey or Long Island, with land and what to look for building a house. Now, see, I'm going to tell you one thing that impacted this is that, see, when your grandfather came from down south, you know, I can only speculate, but when he came from down south, see, he came with that mentality that owning land is what you had to do to be rich, because it was plain to see that you know, this is the difference between the slave and the slave master. It's that he got land and he got guns. That's why them down south brothers is like that. They got their property, they got their guns, and they all will tell you, if you come around my property, one of us must go. Because that was their mentality coming out of slavery. Is that, look, that's how you do. You get your land, you know, and they gonna try you. But listen, we ain't having it. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to, you know what I'm saying, like somebody was saying earlier, that this mentality that, you know, the land and the property and all of that, that's too much work, and, you know, you want to be a part of this new, you know, the status. The status. You know what I'm saying? You know, living in an apartment and working for, you know, some corporation, that seems to be a higher status than having your own property and, you know, you out there digging in the yard, you know, planting crops and stuff. You know what I'm saying? One seems sexier. Yeah, see, Kareem, that's what I'm saying. Gotta go to Atlanta for the black people with mansions. That's what I'm saying. In New York, there's really no area where you got rich black people. Like, this is the neighborhood. Like, you know, you could go into any white neighborhood and find a whole bunch of them because of integration. You know what I'm saying? Atlanta is called A Medina. That's a new one. Yeah, DMV got prosperous black communities. That's what I'm saying. When you go other places, you know what I'm saying, you might see it. But see, now look, in the DMV, right, a lot of those prosperous black communities is based on government jobs. See, you know, all these things is just questions where I'm saying, now look, we got to look at these things when you saying you building a society. Yeah, see, 793rd, remember I'm talking about when GM, Winchester, Big Industries. Oh, you meant 233rd. I thought you said 213. Oh, yeah. That's Paulding, no doubt. Yeah, he said Big Industries went under and created huge hoods in Detroit, Newark, New Haven, Connecticut, nationwide. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what a lot of those jobs, even you gotta remember, in the 50s and the 60s, being in the army made you a middle class in the black community. Yeah, John Maynard Keynes, that's the name of that economist that was talking about the inflation. Kareem said, in the desert, there's a mix of West Indians and African Americans, especially all areas considered Jamaica. Still a lot of African American homeowners from the 80s to late 90s probably saw your biggest flux. Yeah, nah, I never, from, like I said, from what I seen, like, for instance, right now, when I go out to Jamaica, it look a lot different from when I first went out there. You know what I'm saying? Like those areas, you know, like I said, they may have been middle class in the 50s, but speaking on what Josh Simmons saying in terms of inflation, those people, they money didn't increase. They wasn't a part of that investment class that they money increased. Those are people that retired on their pension that was based on money that they was making. You know what I'm saying? See 793rd, he talking about his uncle that live in the house with his grown children and the grandchildren. See, that's a Beaufort County, South Carolina thing. That's a Beaufort County, South Carolina thing that they brought to New York with them. And Josh Sims said he thinks Killer Mike is part of the Democratic Socialists of America. Yeah, I see him out there talking. He gets a little adamant about taking one side or the other side. For me personally, the Democrats, the Republicans, is good cop, bad cop. They both taking you to jail. One of them is going to do it with a kicking your ass, and the other one is going to do it with a smile, but it's this idea that Trump is the boogeyman. Look, 50 million people voted for Trump. So if you think Trump is a bigger problem than those 50 million people, because see, at best, Trump got 4 more years. But we gotta live here with them 50 million people. And the kids they having and the people they influencing. So, this locked in on we gotta be against Trump. Nah. You can do that on your own. Oh, I didn't finish it. Kareem said, in the desert, there's a mix of West Indians and African Americans, especially all areas considered Jamaican. Still a lot of African American homeowners from the 80s to late 90s probably saw your biggest flux of West Indians. This is why these areas aren't typically African American anymore. Yeah, but I'm saying, how did the African Americans lose the homes? Because see, that's often a story in itself. How they didn't get the homes and how they lost the homes, that in of itself is a story. You know, that's a part of this. You know, like when you talking about reparations, you know, if you gonna go that route, yeah, that's a part of that. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of, you know, a lot of times these things is the continuation of the story. You know what I'm saying? Like you yourself and Jasim and Black Seed have been saying that, you know, the slavery and the oppression just take different forms, you know, after 1865, after 1965, after, you know what I'm saying, whatever point, it just take on, you know, a different look. You see what I'm saying? See, like right now, or 793rd, you know what I'm saying? You know, in Beaufort County, that was one of the things that happened, is that, you know, you had people come out there and reassess all the property. And when they reassess all the property, that gave everybody new tax bills. People couldn't afford the tax bills, and then they kicked them out of their land. And now they turned all that land into resorts where, you know, if you black now, you couldn't even afford to go back over there. You know what I'm saying? Like these islands that he's talking about in particular, right? 793rd, Johns Island, Hilton Head Island. These is called the Sea Islands, off the coast of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And those islands was given to the slaves that was there. But now, like for instance on Hilton Head, you know what I'm saying, they got something called the south end of the island where, you know, when I was going down there back in the days, you know, the south end, it was always, you know, a little different culture down there. But, you know, now when you go down there and you ask black people about the south end, they talk about it like it don't even exist. Like the south end, oh, nah, that's, we don't even go down there. You know, like, you know, they got like a $150 toll or something with black people, like, nah, we ain't going down there. 213 is where you used to live by White Plains Road. All right, so you used to live right up the block from Olinville. You used to live right up the block from Olinville. You went to Olinville? You went to. It's not Olinville no more. What is it now? Richard Green or something? 113? You went to 113 or you went to Sousa? Get out of here, man. 793rd. You from right around the way, man. Kareem, he said Joe South Atlanta got like 3 or 4 names depending on who you talk to. Yeah, I think Allah's Gardens was the first name that I heard. But the brothers from Atlanta, right, they gave it another name because they were saying that the people that named it Allah's Gardens was really from New York. Like that was the first I knew about Atlanta, was people from New York started going to those colleges down there. Black Seed said 40 acres and a mule was promised to us in the first place. Yeah. They never made good on that one. 793rd said working maintaining someone else's building where grandpops taught his son the importance of maintaining that, doing just as good academically as the other colored kids in school in order to be better and get his. Wasn't a government job but a stable one that never broke no 6 digits and are the equivalent to them transit utilities related union gigs and all those getting much more paper now than then. Yeah, those was middle class jobs. You know, you gotta remember, like, look, at one time being a porter, like right now, that's not looked at, but at the Pullman porters, you know, they was looked at as people getting a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, it's a matter of the priorities that a person have. You know what I'm saying? You know, like you got old ladies, right? Like anybody in the room that got, Hispanic history or even look, West Indian history, they tell look, you got old ladies, right? That they like a maid. They ain't got no high power job. Look, they take trips back and forth to Jamaica, Dominican Republic all the time. It's because they priorities. Then you got other people that's like, yo, you made hundreds of millions of dollars and filed for bankruptcy. So those values and that value system. See, Grandpa's he never lost his value system. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta remember, all our grandparents, great grandparents, they came to all these cities. LA, Chicago, Detroit, New York, Baltimore, whatever. They came up here with a plan. We lost track of the plan. You know what I'm saying? Us in the younger generations. Hey, listen, my grandfather was from Alabama and he stood on having a rifle, land, and your word is your bond. I know that Atlanta is full of black people living in mansions and gated communities. Yeah, see those because, it was cut and dry. It was cut and dry, you know what I'm saying, what you needed to do down there. You know what I'm saying? Like they was living, that like that was the devil that they needed to defeat. It was a devil that had a land and had rifles. So it was easy for them to acknowledge that, all right, this is what we gotta do. I gotta get my land. See those type of people what he talking about, they don't need no $1 million. They don't need $1 million. Like if they need to get like some cash money for something, they'll go do something, for somebody to get some cash money. But in general, they got their food that they grew, those type of people like that. The only money they need is for their insurance. When the insurance man come, for their insurance to be paid up. See, when that's your priority system, but see, once they then affected you with this desire for these Michael Jordans, you know what I'm saying? Well, I keep harping on him, but whatever the name brand is, you know what I'm saying? We got, whether it's, Polo or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, it could be people that don't even like us, that have said so much. Joe Self said Democrats have a crooked smile and Republicans don't. 2 wings, 1 bird. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ella. Like, yeah, you gonna have people that supported Trump for another 50 years. You know what I'm saying? And then you still gotta remember, they still affecting their kids. So the last name that you heard is A Medina. I wonder why they pick a name like A Medina. Seven 93rd said they're still doing the same development in Johns Island. I heard a few years back the Sea Islands, and they want that property like Harlem, Brooklyn, and all that useful land. Used to live, since you said White Plains and Gun Hill. Now families from up there and have even coming through from now just 15 minutes away since the 70s. Play cousins went to Sousa. Yeah. Yeah, I used to rest on White Plains. I used to rest right across the street from Gun Hill Projects. Joe Self said, to my understanding, Allah's Garden was a name that some guys seen as Wakil's renewal. You know the signs with him down there. Man, I know the signs with him everywhere. I don't know if it was Wakil per se, but yeah, it was during that era when he was down there. Like it was during that era, but I don't know if him and his people per se, if him and his people per se was the ones that named that. But yeah, it was during that era. I know the I know the brother Roy spot on both sides of White Plains Road right before Gun Hill, 213 coming through to see fam and all that. Maid Biz was also big with some West Indian moms working for Jewish women. Yeah, that made science. That was big for black women in general. Joe Self says, so I think they're trying to clear up any confusion. D. Kareem said, I heard that also Lost Garden from the Muslim guys, A Medina, and the Lost True Land is from the gods. Um, like I said, I never heard that A Medina name. I can't remember what the brother, but yeah, Atlanta, man. Yeah, you know, like that appears to be a thing down there. You know what I'm saying? Atlanta is one of those cities where, from the outside looking in, you know what I mean? I don't rest down there or take surveys, but yo, it seems to me, right, that a good like 30, 35, 40% of the people in Atlanta is not from Atlanta. And that seems to be causing an issue down there. Yeah, yeah. Only 793rd said. 793rd said. I think I know that spot by the PJs. Used to deal with this chick who had a $150 who lived on that service road across from Bronx River Parkway on that block parallel to White. Ah! You talk about Bronx Park. No, Bronx Boulevard. You talking about Bronx Boulevard. And you go down by the service road and you go under the overpass and then you be by Bronx Park right there. He said a chick who had a $150. Yo, you know you got me thinking about who had a $150 down on Bronx Boulevard. Oh man. 793. Nah, we got a brother in here that's from Atlanta though. Or he comes in on the regular. I don't know if he in here tonight. This brother named Darkim. Yeah, I know a couple of the brothers from down there, man. You know, I don't know. That appears to be an issue, man, that but I'm saying, if you want a name that's not influenced by the outside, why pick a Medina? Because the first thing that made me think, who's from out there from Medina? You said Atlanta got their own Quran. $793 said Inf documented that ATL situation in depth, as that not from ATL issue is also discussed. What he said? College chick, Jamaican. She went to Binghamton University. You said, but not by 41. You talking about PS 41? You said by 213, but not by PS 41? Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. That Atlanta situation, man. Yeah, Bronx Boulevard. Yeah, Bronx Boulevard go all the way up. Bronx Boulevard go to at least to 233rd Street. But that's the road right there when you get off on. Yeah, but it's an underpass right by Gun Hill Road too, though. Because remember the Bronx River runs right next to Bronx Boulevard. Like the Bronx Park is right next to Bronx River right there. So the Bronx River Parkway is rolling right there. That is all parkland coming all the way down from the Bronx Zoo on the Pelham Parkway side. all going through up there on the backside is parks. Right, where the service road goes under Gun Hill, when you come on the other side, that's when you on. That's not 213 right there. I can't remember what the name of that street is, but the next block you hit is 213. Glenn and Snidey said, can you build on the born degree of the 1 of 14? I've been told that it deals with the actual white people and the length of time they have to study, but I see it as a reference to masonry. 30 degrees of York Rite and 50 degrees of Scottish Rite before becoming a Shriner, which is the symbol used in that degree. I mean, that's something that it could be. That's something that it could be applied to, but that's not per se what it's talking about in that degree. Like, Muhammad didn't have them going through York rites and Scottish rites. Like that's definitely a part of the science in that degree. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say that is not relative to them. You know what I'm saying? But what the Masons don't have really nothing to do with what Muhammad was teaching. You know what I'm saying? When Muhammad first came to teach Islam, he opened it up to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody in here that's well versed with Islam and the Quran and all that, they can tell you that, it even tells you in the Quran that, there's nothing wrong with the Bible in the Torah. You know what I'm saying? And if you have any questions about anything in the Quran, to refer to the Bible in the Torah. You know what I'm saying? I'm not quoting it. Like I said, somebody who's more well versed in it. But so it was something that it was really a philosophy to tell everybody that, look, we got to get back to living the real science of the book. You know what I'm saying? People were straying away. You see what I'm saying? So he let everybody come and study. But I wouldn't say, Almighty Truth, peace. I wouldn't say that the Masons is doing like the original man. $793 said, you just bits and pieces through experiences as you see driving through in the 90s off and on to now coming through it and to see fam. Are they still teaching up there? No. Let me see who's in that area. Man, I haven't been up there in so long. I'm trying to think, man, who's on post up there. I know the guy. There's a brother that got a barbershop right there on 213. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. He's still in the pocket up there. The Law Wise is still up by Allison Avenue. E. Kim is up by Allison Avenue. Who else is in the pocket up there? I seen somebody else recently. But you know, up there is you know, it's the same type of story. But I'm trying to think, man, you know, for the most part, man, most of the brothers that I came up with, everybody evacuated already, man. Yeah, Kareem says it says in the Quran, we accept the truth of Torah. I don't know what Engel is. What's Engel? Engel in Psalms, but saying that also today your religion Islam is perfected. Yeah, we scattered all out, man. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the God, Shalborn, Nalasi, Shalborn, man. He returned to the essence. You know what I'm saying? Power still around, but he downtown now. Yeah, I'm in Medina. You know what I'm saying? Just and they move like, you know, up in I think Rockland County. Oh, Engel is the New Testament. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you know, all these was people, man, that, you know what I'm saying, he was introducing, you know, because you got to think, even his own people rejected him. That's how he ended up in Medina. That's crazy though, man. Got all these brothers in here, man. Been right around my way all these years, man. But yo, y'all, I'm about to check out. You know, I gotta tomorrow we gonna have a session anyway. You know, I got the class tomorrow though. The class ain't gonna be quite as long because I gotta do the after class session tomorrow. I've been waiting all week for this. The people out there that, you know what I'm saying, you wanna, you know, far away, you're gonna get a good taste of the culture of God in tomorrow's after the class session. But we did our thing tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the guys, yo. I'm see if I find a way tomorrow. If I can, I'm gonna see if I find a way tomorrow to be on if I find a way tomorrow to be on Instagram too. So when y'all ask the questions, y'all might be able to call in. I gotta see if I can figure that out. I think I could just get a new phone and get another phone. But at any rate though, peace to the guys, peace to the earths, man. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.